spinners go through the overs very quickly. That's one reason the batters have to be really focused straight away.
Dot ball to end the over, and it's time for drinks at the SSC. 17 gone, 43 for 2. Rauf, 2 of 21 deliveries, and Ilyas, none for 4. That's a big wicket, captain. Let's have a look at what has happened. This is the start of the game where Bangladesh won the toss and decided to bowl first.
And straight away there was trouble for the batters as consistent lines and lengths by Irfan Mondal and Tanzim really troubled the batters, really didn't allow them to settle down. That was a good catch taken, induced the edge. More often than not, there were short pitch deliveries which were not negotiated. The captain came in and went out very, very quickly. Good catch by Rakibul. Then a little bit of settling down with the spinners coming back in and allowing some of those shots to be made. Get more proactive with lovely shots down the ground. That was back at a point, hands off, but still got the 4 runs. So these two building up a partnership here, but very, very effective from the bowlers. Irfan Mondal with a wicket, 1 for 8, very parsimonious. Look at the economy rates of the two pace bowlers. Tanzim also giving him good support. So they're hunting in pairs, the pace bowlers for Bangladesh. And now it's up to Rakibul and Shak Mehdi to do the job in terms of spinning the balls and getting some purchase off the wicket. But in a comfortable position, in a strong position are the Bangladesh A team.
A day off tomorrow, and then we come back on the 17th with a start. And the stadium start to shift from here to Pisara Oval, Colombo, Pakistan A versus UAE A. And the CCC moves to the Prabhadasa, Colombo, India A versus Nepal A. And a quick look at the points table. The format suggests that it is very slim margin. You can't afford to lose too many games. And you see that, and India A, Pakistan A, after those 2 points, can take one more win each and qualify. So is Afghanistan A and Sri Lanka A, who are playing across the road. Bangladesh A and Oman A, and so is Nepal and UAE A, don't have any opportunity to lose any more games. They've got to stay in the contest by grabbing their points as soon as possible.
And at the moment, these two batters have got their work cut out, but they can just be confident, because they're the highest and the second highest run getters for Oman in that ICC qualifier in Zimbabwe. So they've had the runs under their belt just before coming here. They had the rhythm going, but it's a tough ask when you can't get a good start and you've got to play catch up in terms of the run rate. It puts pressure on you, and that is the thing that the Bangladeshi bowlers have got to exploit. Keep on bowling decent lines and length, very meticulous in their lines so far, and they'll be hoping that they can put some pressure on and induce a loose shot.
That's a good run. Soft hands, just a gentle push and a good call from Kashyap. It's more the non-striker who shows the willingness to come on to strike. It results in that single.
Come on, Rakib.
That's what they've got to do. It's not easy to play the big shots to the boundary, rotation of the strike. It's so very crucial. First to bowl 2 runs, and with the left-right combination, Rakibul always having to change his angles of attack. So that gives some food for thought to the bowler.
Oh, that's dropped. It was hit hard back at Rakibul. Should have got that at this level, but he lets that one spill. Surely an opportunity. Gone begging.
Sure has. It was hit hard, but Rakibul should have done better. More often than not, bowlers manage to take catches to their own bowling. On this occasion, a little awkward, but it came very quickly to him. But as you said, this level, you got to take those. And if he could manage, it would have been a prize wicket of Ayan.
Quick single again. That's very well run. After being dropped, just want to keep that business going on. Have a look at that. Is again that non-striker showing the willingness, calling his partner to the other end.
But something, Sikandar, that might have caught the eye of the umpires was the batter was running right down the middle of the track. You don't want to do that.
"18 gone, it's 47 for 2. Well, with that current run rate of 2.61, they'll manage 131, which we all know won't be enough. So you've reached a stage in the game, 18 overs batted. Now you've got to start focusing on that total you had on mind, and this would surely help. Is going over the fielder, and yes, has he managed to get it back into play? Surely will be a second look from the TV umpire, but that's a good full marks for the effort down there.
Mohammad Al Hassan Joy, the fielder in the deep, did very well. Have another look, have a boundary check, and good effort. You want the commitment in the field. He's done that. Look at this. Just getting a hand. Where is his foot? Is he stepping on the ropes? Another angle might just give us a clearer picture. Here it comes. Seems to be inside. Does well initially, and then flicks back. Oh, did the rope move? Did the rope move after he had released the ball? That is a question. It is a difficult one for the third umpire.
Whether it's a boundary or not, irrelevant. The effort, you've got to give it to him. Game awareness, catches the ball, he knows he can't hold on to it longer because he's going to go out of the boundary with the momentum. This might tell us where his foot is. Yeah, that's very well done. He's a couple of inches away from that rope and he gets rid of that ball before he steps out.
That's a tremendous effort, I think. Managed to release it, as you said, a couple of inches. But those couple of inches matter. And so look at the final decision taken by the umpire. It'd be relayed to the standing umpire who says
Runs. Only runs.
those are runs. Good, well done. That's a brilliant show in the deep by Mahmoud Hassan Joy. Just the thing to lift the spirit of the bowlers. Marvelous.
Yeah, super awareness of the boundary line. Very athletic down there, Joy.
Catch it. Good ball, Naeem Mehdi bhai. Good ball.
Yeah, coming back to that point, just before that effort from Joy.
Good going, boys.
That we
Good
go
going,
into
good
the
going.
19th over, 48 for 2. So now they've got to start working on that target they had in their mind. That's the shot. He came down the wicket. Not a bad shot, this. He's tried to play it wide of Joy, but he still manages to reach to the ball, catches it and flicks it back. So if they're looking at 250 or whatever in their mind before the start of the game, Oman, they've got to start working on that because 2.6 runs and over really make it difficult on themselves in the last 15 or 10. Don't want to fall short. With wickets in hand will be no point.
But in the process and trying to work their way to the 250 mark that you're thinking about, which would be kind of the par they would expect when they started to bat, there will be some elements of risk to be taken. Some selection of shots, 112 balls, no runs per ball, and that is what's really pegged them back. Current run rate 2.68. I got to throw caution to the wind.
Yes, Mehdi. Good, Jack.
And if the bowling is tight, if the bowling is accurate, hardly gives you an opportunity to use the wit if it's not offered. So you're going to try and innovate, try and improvise the shots, take a few risks. So that is the completion of the 19th over. Oman are 50 for 2.
ঢিলা ফিল্ডার বলছে এই যে বাবুটা
Today looks pretty equidistant. Yesterday we had a short side on the other side, but not today.
50 up for Oman, and Rakibul will now bowl his 6th over. None for 13. In that previous over, Shamim, that dropped catch, cotton bowled opportunity, just in the defense of Rakibul, the reaction time is so less. And then you just get a feel that in trying to get that, he got that ball and the impact was somewhere around just below the wrist. So you need a bit of a luck factor for it to be sticking right in the center of the palm.
When balls are hit pretty hard straight back at the bowler, you hope it sticks. Either they stick or they don't. It's not, as you said, the reaction time so short, you can't make any adjustment. You just try and line your hands up according to the ball coming to you and hope that they do stick. Now that's an interesting appeal. Possibly going down the leg side. The sweep attempted. Here's the run. So it's all happening in the middle. Umpire not interested in that appeal from the bowler.
We'll have a second look. The square leg umpire wants to see the second run, but good running. The ball was just around that 30-yard circle mark, and they've run 2. TV umpire Lyndon Hannibal will have a look. Yeah, probably a flatter throw. Top of the bails would have worked. The keeper had to drag the ball down, and that extra bit allowed Ayan to get back into the crease.
You have to keep on doing that. They have to keep on building the pressure on the fielders and take those turns of ones into twos on a regular basis. Not too many boundaries. At the moment, trying to use the angles. These have done well to retrieve the innings so far.
Safe. Good. Safe.
It's very well fielded. That's superb work in the covers. I mean, that would have been a boundary. There's no way wide long off would have cut it off.
The skipper leading from the front. Saif Hassan. There's been some good fielding efforts we've seen so far. Despite the ball being really struck quite truly. Placement timing, and look at this effort. He really dove down, ensured that it was stopped. Now down the leg side, there's going to be a wide. Not often we see Rakibul bowl wides. Helps the cause of the Oman team.
Yeah, Jack.
Try to sweep, just not the adequate contact point going to the last ball of the 20th.
Oh, he's gone. Gave the charge and completely missed that ball from the inside part of the bat, and Rakibul gets awarded with that wicket. He's been bowling well, he's been on target, waiting for his chance and opportunity. I think a bit of a brain fade at the moment, probably not needed. He decided he wants to attack, but nowhere behind the line of the ball.
This was, to me, on the cards because the pressure was building. They're making an attempt to move on, but maybe not the selection. Couldn't read the length. He was trying to take on the bowler. Just eluded him in a simple matter. That is the end of Ayan Khan. Bowled by Rakibul for 26. And Oman are now 54 for 3.
Well, the last wicket, Ayan 26, is you get a feeling that he's thrown away his wicket, that start that he got. He's coming down, trying to attack. And there's enough turn from Rakibul to beat that inside part of the bat. It's gone right through his shot. He probably get a feeling he had the line covered, but that turn was so good, clipping the top of leg stump. New batter in is Shubhopal. Into his third game, listed career, but not much to talk about because just in the start of his career here. Coming in at number 5.
Well, it's going to be Shaq Mehdi, the wicket falling in last ball of the previous over. Again, rebuilding work to be done for Oman. This is the reason why the new batter is in. They just gave him the charge. Enough turn to beat the inside part of the bat and hit timber. Once again, now, this is uncalled for. This has gone straight down the throat of Gully. Irresponsible batting, and they've paid the price. Falling apart here, Oman.
What was that all about? Kashyap, he's got himself in 22 runs. He's faced 50 deliveries and then suddenly attacking. And when especially you've lost your partner in the previous over, now you're losing wickets in pairs. Look at that shot. It's a nothing shot. Well, now you've got 2 new batters who yet to get off the mark, haven't faced a delivery. It just completely changes the whole game in the favor of Bangladesh. Kashyap goes for 22. And now Oman in a bit of bother, 54 for 4.
সকাল থেকে মানে ওই দিনের চেয়ে কিন্তু নরম ছিল হবে আরো 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 10 ওভার যাবে আরো ভালো হবে তো ডে বাই ডে নিবেন ভাই হ্যাঁ
So in just no time, over space of 3 deliveries, Oman A have lost 2 well-set batters. First Ayan and now Kashyap. Brings in Shoaib Khan, 26 games, 750s and 100. He's got a good strike, and now he's got to restart the planning for Oman A because both these batters, Shoaib and Pal, are yet to face a delivery.
এই ব্যাটসম্যানটা কেমন খেলে এই ব্যাটসম্যানটা তো চিনি না আগেরটা এদিকে খেলতেছিল রাকিব good ball
So unusual to see 2 set batters throw away the wickets with rush of blood. Look at that. Quite unnecessary. Trying to give it the swipe, got the outside part of the bat and a simple catch taken. Rakibul combining with Shaq Mehdi in getting that simple catch to him. Cannot fathom, cannot understand the thought going through both Ayan and Kashyap as we see some more good fielding. The 2 top scorers for them throwing away their wickets.
That's a good catch from Rakibul. The ball must be having some heavy spin on it. Another successful over comes to an end. 21 gone. Oman A are 54 for 4.
Slightly up, please, slightly up. Normal score লাগি থাকবে সাইড বাই এটা কই থাকবে আচ্ছা
So this is the Oman batting card. It's looking a bit sorry. 22 at the top for Kashyap Rajabati and 26 for Ayan. 54 for 4. Yeah. They go through for a quick single. 2 new batters at the crease. Pal just getting off the mark. Well, I would say they really threw it away, isn't it? When they had a partnership building. But Rakibul, he's been good. He's into his 7th, 1 for 80. Yeah, that's good. He's getting into. He's already got into a very good line and from ball 1. Well, Shoaib's gone big over mid-wicket. He's trying to break the shackles. He's not trying to allow Rakibul to settle against him. That's the way he plays, isn't it? We saw him play in the first game as well. He tries to go a bit hard on the bowling. Oh, that's a good comeback delivery. That one spun just a fraction.
Yeah, just the 5th 4 of this innings, would you believe? Nicely executed, though. Like the positive captaincy from Saif Hassan. He's got so many men up in the circle, squeezing Oman's batters, and then even though the boundary was hit, he doesn't drop anyone back. Slip in place, 3 close fielders on the offside, 2 close on the leg. This is where you win 50 over contest, this middle set of overs, the second power play. You take wickets in the second power play, you're in a good space.
Well, they'll pick up a single, but it's the 22nd over that comes to an end with Oman 61 for 4. So this is the fall of the last 2 wickets. Ayan Khan head nowhere, not in control at all, and there again similar basics wrong. Head goes up in the air.
Good, Mehdi.
I think in both cases, those two shots, actually really good example of why if you're using your feet, you don't have to go through with the aggressive stroke. In Ayan Khan's case, long off and long on were out. Didn't get to the pitch of the ball, so in his head he's thinking, I've got to hit it over their heads. If he checked his stroke and punched it down the ground for one, that would have been fine. And then the same for Prajapati. Looking for that big stroke, just 2 balls after. If you come down the track, you don't necessarily have to hit it for 4 or 6. If you don't quite get there, which in both cases there, they didn't get to the pitch of the ball, just hold your shape, punch it down the ground for 1. And you see it here. Didn't get to the pitch, tries to go through with a big stroke, and the simplest of catches to short third. Great execution. Bangladesh's bowlers, they put pressure on the batters. And it's the dip that they've got there. All the Bangladeshi spinners, it's so noticeable if you're ever down pitch side with them, they bowl at such pace. Always get good revolutions on the ball as well. And in both instances there, what brought about the demise was the drop of the delivery. Bowled at a flat trajectory. See these strong grips they have too. Impressive skills from the left arm and right arm spinner.
Well, 23 overs come to an end. It's 62 for 4. So there you go, the points table. 2 points each for Afghanistan and Sri Lanka. A must-win game for one of these two teams. Change in the bowling. Yeah, it's pace coming back. No. So Shoaib is 5, Pal is 3. They need a partnership here, without a doubt. And coming to that point that you were talking about, the Bangladeshi spinners, how they get the revelation. They do it very often. Now, these are the bowling figures so far. You see Tansim coming back. He's got 1 for 6 from his 4 overs. They do it very often in Bangladesh, isn't it, Andrew? That's what they do, because they do a lot of spinning on their surfaces.
You know, you're a product of your environment, aren't you? Certainly renowned for their spin bowling options, but great captaincy this from Saif Hassan, going for the kill. Slip in place as late as the 24th over. And after some good tight stuff from the spinners, which brought about those 2 wickets and 3 balls, he's going to go for the kill. Bring back one of his 2 20-year-old pacers that open the bowling. I think he's sensing here that I can bowl Oman A out. That is what Saif Hassan is saying. He's saying, I want to bowl this side out. I'm not going to worry about the fact I don't have a 5th bowler into the game yet. He wants to bowl Oman A out and put them under pressure. Remember, another man with very little experience in next, Wasim.
They have a few experienced players in to come, but then how skilled are they with the bat? Take a look at this one again. Inside the off stump, good leave. Bowling at that 4th to 5th off stump. Tansim has done his job very well for his captain. Mixing things up, a short ball, fuller length deliveries.
And one of the things we talked about the other day was the challenge for the associates just coming up against this extra yard of pace. You talk about these two quicks, even though they're only 20, definitely capable of getting it up towards that 135, 140 kilometers per hour. There's Wasim going through his warm-ups. He'll be in next, we suspect. And one of the reasons it's difficult when you come up against that extra yard of pace, it's something Ireland went through in their development coming up towards test status. Just a lack of exposure to that extra pace. Everything is overloaded. So your technique is tested in a completely different manner. Everything is rushed for you. It's not that you're not capable of playing against that pace, but if you've never faced it before, it's difficult to get that exposure to it. And as a consequence, you can see here Shubo Powell, who looked a bit at sea in his opening game, the same again. He's on the back foot. He's being rushed for pace. Everything is coming to him quickly and being hurried. But that's exactly what competitions like this are all about. Oman are trying to find their next generation. They've had a very consistent 5 or 6 years, but they've the oldest squad on the associate circuit. Average age of that team in Zimbabwe at the qualifier last month was over 36. They need to start finding some young talent and bringing it through.
Oh, that's a beauty. That's a beauty to finish off the 24th, 62 for 4.
Come on, boys! Come on, boys!
For 4, 22 to Kashyap and 26 to Ayan, the only noteworthy contributors in this total of 62. And coming to that point that you brought up about the associate members finding it difficult to play, even Sri Lanka had that problem in the 90s because they really found it hard to play the really fast bowlers. In Sri Lanka, they were called fast medium bowlers. They were not called the faster bowlers as such. So they were somewhere around the 125 to 130 mark. Mondal comes back, 1 for 8 from his previous 5, straight away on target.
If you don't get this exposure, you can't get better at playing it. It's that simple. If you look at what Duleep Mendes has done with his squad here, he's kind of gone with a hybrid model. He's kept quite a few of his experienced players, but he's left 5 out. Zishan Maqsood, who's actually injured as well. Sandeep Good, Nashim Kushi, Mohammed Nadeem, and Bilal Khan, all not here from that qualifier squad. So he's trying to see the likes of Shubo Powell, the likes of Wasim, who we'll see next. Are they up to this standard? Are they able to give him something to work with? There's more domestic cricket than ever in Oman. And a D20 and a D50 competition as they scamper through for a quick single. But it's not quite the same as let's say a Bangladesh Premier League or a Lanka Premier League, where they have all of those overseas stars coming in. You're regularly facing 140 plus. And that is the challenge for a lot of the leading associates. The depth in the associate game's never been better, particularly in Asia. And we saw how good that ACC Men's Premier Cup was there in Kathmandu. The likes of Kuwait were very nearly here. Saudi Arabia really impressed me. But you've got to get this exposure against the better cricketers. Only that will improve your game. So yes, it's a challenging position for Oman A, just like UAE yesterday. But without this exposure, they can't get better.
And also the fact that if you take the Nepal game yesterday, Nepal down 72 for 8. And then, yeah, we managed to make it to, yeah, this is what you were talking about, Andrew, the Oman squad.
If you look at the performances of someone like Bilal Khan, the leading ODI wicket taker in the last 2 or 3 years in the world, not just in the associate game, do have quality in Oman. They just need to bring that next level on. The guys beneath the national team, they've punched above their weight for the scale of cricket that is there in the Sultanate. And the job they've done with the facilities they have, they've got that Oman Cricket Academy up to a world-class facility now. That has really helped the development of the game there. And what Dilip Mendes has done, the head coach, really like what he's done. He's identified the best 30 players in the country. And even though many of them work jobs as well as having some contracts, they are training 5 or 6 days a week there at that Oman Cricket Academy, all based just outside Muscat in Al Emirat, up the road from the capital city.
They'll pick up a single, and oh, in fact, it's gone away. I thought it was just going another man. Just distracted a little bit with your very interesting topic, Andrew.
You were lost in my eyes up here in the commentary box. Guided away, nicely played. Probably a bit more off an outside edge than the open face of the bat, but any good batter will claim he's played for that. And the outfields have been quick, the surfaces have been good. Just the 7th boundary so far.
6th boundary of the innings. Oh, did that get a touch? It will be another boundary nevertheless. It's a leg by signal from umpire Dissanayake. It's the end of the 25th over, halfway done, 72 for 4.
Captain for what?
So the story from the adjoining ground is that Afghanistan A 100 for 2 in the 23rd over. That's against Sri Lanka A. I wouldn't mind that. That's a decent score, 100 for 2.
Yeah, I think that's a really good start for Afghanistan A. We've seen slightly lower totals across the road there at the historic Colombo Cricket Club. So if they could get up to 280, that'll be a real challenge for Sri Lanka. The amount of cricketing talent coming through these teams. Watching the Indian side yesterday, I don't think they've picked a single player older than 22. Extraordinary how impressive they were against UAE. Average age of both teams just 20 years old yesterday. Afghanistan were the same. Israel Haq Naveed, that lovely young leg spinner. And the captain it was yesterday, Yash Dull, who has joined a pantheon really of greats. Mohammad Kaif, Virat Kohli, all of these guys who've captained in the under-19s, comes in with a big reputation. Boy, didn't he deliver yesterday.
Well, talking about delivery, that is a fine delivery. Very well done. 72 for 4. Yeah, this is what we were talking about. The 108 that Dull made. Look at those strokes. Just stand and deliver. Good feet work. Yeah, just a punch down the grounds. Fantastic.
The amazing thing yesterday was he was 10 after 22 deliveries. So the acceleration, the way he went through the gears was probably the most impressive thing for me. Striking it over 150 for the remainder of that innings. And with very little risk. It was his maiden List A century. And strokes all around the ground. Good against spin and pace. And a moment of great joy, one that he won't forget, has put India A into a fantastic position in that Group B, top of the table. They'll face Nepal next in 2 days' time, a game that I'm really looking forward to, I have to say.
Oh, that should have been put away. It's the frustration of the batters, isn't it, that they don't sometimes be able to connect the bat ball. Oh, this is Tansin's previous over. Look at the pace he generates.
Yeah, it's actually a look at his package altogether. It's the pace that he's got that has challenged not just Shubho Pal here, but also Akib Ilyas. really bounced him out and then got a leading edge, gone for a duck. He definitely has a yard of pace, trying to bowl too quickly this time, giving us a wide. He definitely is one to keep the eyes on coming forward. If you can get it up towards 140, which I think he's there or thereabouts, you're a real asset.
It's always nice, isn't it, to have your cupboard full, especially going into the big games. Asia Cup coming up. Again, another dot ball. So this is what Sri Lanka and Bangladesh are doing, because they've got a good battery of fast bowlers with them, and they've kept their cupboards very full. The replacements always are very important.
Yeah, well, yesterday I was trying to get a little bit of fun out of Atul Wassa, and he wasn't having it on air. I was asking him who's going to bolt from this India A team into the Asia Cup squad. He said nobody. I think there's a few in this Bangladesh team that could well be there and go on to not just the Asia Cup but the World Cup coming up. 26 bowled. It's 73 for 4.
Bhai, quick, go!
So it was interesting. You said Atul said no one will make it to the Asia Cup squad. Shamim says the same with the Bangladesh.
Well, Shamim's at the back of the box. He's not on air right now. I'm saying both of these two quicks. Maybe. I know the stocks are deep. I know all the names he's giving me. So much quality. Taskin Ahmed definitely in the form of his life. The Fizz, Ebadat Hussain, Shariful Islam. But these two young quicks, 20 years of age, remember. They are ones to watch for the future. Hassan Mahmood too. He's telling me that Adam Donald is 5 ahead of these two. I'm not so sure.
The way they've gone about things today, it's been fantastic. Mondale has been really good. 73 for 4. So this is the Bangladesh squad for you that's come down.
Isn't it a good problem for Bangladesh to have, though? I think if you told any Bangladesh fan a decade ago that they would have 7 quicks, 3 or 4 of them very young, bowling up towards that 140 with consistency, accuracy, real raw pace and talent, that would have been the stuff of dreams. But it shows that if you identify your weakness, you find out where you are lacking. And remember, Bangladesh's journey as a test nation, certainly in its initial years, incredibly difficult. They seem to always go down to quite heavy defeats, but in terms of white ball cricket, for the last 3 years or so, there's probably been not too many sides in the world in better form. I think they go to India and also to the upcoming Asia Cup with a real chance in both competitions.
Yes, definitely. They've really improved their game. And also the mixture that they bring in, isn't it? The experience and the youth that they blend with. Shakib's still there. That's a big asset for them.
Helps when you've got literally the best player in the world, the world's #1 all-rounder. They're the groups for what's coming up. End of August, early September, into the action in Pakistan and Sri Lanka. India, Pakistan, the champions of the Premier Cup, joined by them, Nepal. And then, real group of death, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Afghanistan.
They go through for a quick. No, decides against it. And this is the pressure been built. 6 fielders in the inner ring.
Certainly for me, obviously India and Pakistan will expect to go through Group A, no matter how much I talk up Nepal. But that Group B, it's a group of death. Afghanistan and Bangladesh, they cruised through the Cricket World Cup Super League, qualifying comfortably. Sri Lanka had to go to the qualifier. But remember, I know it's a different format. Sri Lanka are the reigning Asia Cup champions. So much to look forward to in 50-over cricket this year.
Well, will that have the legs to go down to the boundary? Yes, that will be a welcome boundary to the Oman batters, and Shoaib gets another boundary. He seems to be the more aggressor out of the two batters, Andrew. He did have a 47 in the previous game.
I think the big difference, Shoaib Khan has played a lot of Oman international cricket. Not out of the middle of the bat, so he's used to facing this extra bit of pace. Shubho Pal, who's just come from Oman domestic cricket at the age of 30, has never played at this high a level before. Very tangible difference between the two.
Well, that's the over. Over number 27 comes to an end, 77 for 4.
Thank you. Shot 25, Mehdi is back.
Number 66 is out.
Who?
66, Tamim.
66, yeah?
Well, 77 for 4. They were talking about the Asia Cup. Look at that. Group A, India, Pakistan, and Nepal. Group B, it's going to be a tough group. Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, and Afghanistan. Mind you, this year's Asia Cup is played on a 50-over format. The previous one was played on a T20 format. Maybe because it's a build-up for the World Cup that's coming up in India.
Well, that's something the Asian Cricket Council have designed on purpose. The year that's in it is the format they go with, and it makes perfect sense. If you're in a 50-over World Cup year, why would you want to be playing a T20 format? And you look at what's coming up. It's not India-Pakistan once, it's not India-Pakistan twice, it's a minimum of 3 times. And who knows, they might meet up to 3 times in the Asia Cup alone. We got the big one here on Wednesday in Colombo. And in that World Cup, remember, might not just be once they meet. Could it be an India-Pakistan semi-final or a final? The stuff of dreams. I'm not sure anyone could write it. They'll definitely meet once. And those two titanic nations who really dominate the cricket landscape in Asia, well, they are at least 3 dates for your diary, if not more.
It's always a big hype, isn't it? In whichever format they play. Yeah, the two biggest nations.
Into the 32nd over. Shubho and Shoaib doing well here. It's building up some resistance. They need to do that. Thinking of converting the 1 into 2, not an opportunity. Well, this the update from the other venue, Sri Lanka A and Afghanistan A playing there in progress at the CCC. Afghanistan doing well, 135 for 2.
Yeah, Afghanistan have recovered well. They've set themselves that foundation. 135 odd, just around that 29th over. You double that, you find yourself somewhere around 280, 290. And then challenge the home side.
That's another beauty. He's done that on a consistent basis, Rocky Bull, with that drift in and the ball gripping and turning away. Yeah, I think, as you mentioned, 280, 290 will be a good total in that ground. More purchase for the spinners. You mentioned earlier, Sekunda, about the wicket. There is, it's tad drier. Seems to give more help to the spinners as the ball gets older.
Yeah, and keeping in mind the kind of spin quality Afghanistan A also have, it could be a bit of a challenge for Sri Lanka A.
Good bowling, good bowling.
Been very, very disciplined, the spin and the fast bowlers in today's game. I think they've done their homework, fine-tuned what they learned from that first game against Sri Lanka A after that loss. It was a high-scoring game, so the bowlers probably would have been down and out. 350 odd, and then in the chase 300. We'll come back. 32 gone, 93 for 4.
Now 9 minutes left. 9 minutes. Quick, Jazimon!
Well, Afghanistan A and Sri Lanka A, whoever wins that one, they're well, strengthening their position into the semis. And then the loser would hope that in their group, one team wins everything, so that you leave the remaining 3 out struggling for points. And then you can bring in the net run rate if the case arrives. This partnership now 40.
The other side of the coin is one of the teams losing, any team losing here today, virtually miss out completely, except that little permutation that you mentioned at the end. One team wins all, a big appeal. Umpire not at all interested, wait and see. Should be a signal for leg buys, there is.
Yeah, he did move across quite a bit for that leg before shout, but he's still going down. Probably clipping, but a good call from the umpire. Just movement from the keeper suggests that was going down leg.
Is Mahmoud Hassan Joy the weak link in terms of just not having that bite and the accuracy of the other two spin bowlers in view? Are they prepared to take him on? Option of bowling Shomo Sharkar, medium pace. We use him, eventually got some wickets against Sri Lanka. But as you mentioned, definitely much better performance in terms of accuracy and consistency from the Bangladeshi bowlers today.
End of another over. 33 gone, 96 for 4.
সেট হইতে তো একবার লাগে মানুষের
Have a look at that. 142 dot deliveries from Oman A in this match. That's 24 overs almost of dot deliveries. That leaves you with 9 scoring overs.
And that has been the problem with Oman, really not getting the quick start they wanted. It was regular fall of wickets, it stemmed the flow of runs. It's going to be a change in the bowling. I'm mentioning Shomo Sharkar being used as a medium pacer. He bowls military medium. He controls his lines and length. More often than not, he's the surprise element. 86 wickets in his List A career. Was successful in the previous match against Sri Lanka. And Bangladesh will be hoping that he can just get that little bit of change in pace and try and surprise the batters and eke out and wicket, break this partnership, which is steadied the rocking boat for Oman, that's for sure, after those early wickets falling in quick succession. 5th wicket partnership worth 42 now.
So many times it happens, you bring a part-timer and the batting side thinks, okay, is he the one we can score against? And in process of trying to do that, you end up giving him a wicket. And that surprise package works. Once he gets that wicket, he's removed off the attack and your regular bowlers come back.
Shomashoka got 3 wickets, but he was very, very expensive in the previous game. 3 for 52. He'll try and to redeem himself in terms of at least the economy rate. Did get some wickets though. But the Sri Lankan batters, when he came into bowl in that match, were really going great guns, and they were really on top of the bowling. So the wickets he basically got maybe due to errors more than any accuracy on his part. And now it's a different scenario with the batters under a better pressure. Maybe in comparison, the two not as sort of used to the conditions and used to playing at this level like the Sri Lankan A team. So opportunity here for Shammo to just prize through.
I'm not really sure about that last minute change of mind from the captain, bringing in Shome Sarkar and replaced Rakibul, who's bowled 9 overs, 1 for 29. Probably just let him bowl that last over of his quota. Get one more over out of the way, further create that bottleneck where the runs are not coming that easily. Now you leave him with that 1 over. He might not bowl it, or he might bowl it, but that rhythm will be just broken a little bit.
Completely agree with you. Just the single over, and he was troubling the batters. It's not that he was being taken apart with big shots around the ground. He was troubling even in the previous over. He had a couple of balls beating the bat. So huge surprise that Saif Hassan took him off. Brings in Shomashoka.
34 overs have been bowled, 98 for 4.
After this over drinks, after this over.
Sir, Zakir in, number 12 in.
The run rate looking a little healthier now, 2.88, and the projected score reflects that, 144. But if these two can carry on and just step on the gas, I think there's that opportunity for the Oman A team to get more than the 144 that they'd get at this rate. Question of how they negotiate the bowling. 2 bowlers now. Mohammad Hassan Joy, who is being played away into the deep for a comfortable single, and Shomashoka. Maybe the batters will say, we've done the hard work in playing out the overs of the 2 spinners who look more often than not to take a wicket. This is the time we take on these couple of guys.
Big shot, big hit, should be out, should be caught. Yeah, very well done. Naeem Sheikh takes the catch, makes sure he stays within the game, and you got your hands on your hips. You're thinking, why did I play that? Every time they've tried to go for those big shots, they've faltered somewhere. Again a start, again a wicket.
Well, I just felt that they fancied their chances against Mahmood Hassan Joy in particular, thinking that he might be the weak link, but in the process, it's maybe not the timing a little awry. In the process, didn't get the distance he wanted. Well judged catch taken there by Sheikh Naeem, and he has to go. The partnership broken at a crucial time. Shoaib Khan goes for 23, and Oman are 99 for 5, and it's also time for the drinks break.
half the team back in the dugout. And when you look at that, this will be Wasim's turn now. Wasim Ali, who's been one of the 3 changes. Let's have a look at some highlights. Bangladesh won the toss, decided to bowl, and how well have they bowled? The first 10 overs, nothing coming the batter's way. Some good bowling, shaping away, swing coming in, and the 2 fast bowlers were good. This was that leading edge, squaring him up. First catch, Rauf on debut. Then the big wicket, Oba came in, the captain. Soft dismissal, you'd like to say. And that really set them back. At this time, they were scoring almost like 1.5 runs an over. Then a partnership came about between Kashyap and Ayan, and played some really nice strokes down the wicket, especially in the V. Ayan was so good in putting some pressure on the spinners, getting those odd boundaries going, trying to get that desired run rate until this happened. And they started losing wickets in pairs. Both the well-set batters went back into the dugout.
That's been the problem. They did all the hard work, gets into the 20s, and then they throw it away. Want to do some homework on that, ensuring that you carry forward all the hard work you've done. There's some nice looking shots, but whenever they're trying to hit the long balls, that's a good effort in the deep, and more often than not they hold out. So one area that they need to really correct very, very quickly is the mindset. So you do all the hard work and you just rush of blood on 3 occasions with the 3 batters who got into the 20s. Oh, was that an opportunity? Just felt that the bowler didn't get his hands underneath that one. Must have hurt himself.
Yeah, Wasim Ali on strike. Just too much bottom hand on that one. Almost played it back to Joy. He just feels he's missed out. Just dropping short.
No, good Joy. Good bowling, Joy.
One run away, Oman to get into 3 figures. 99 for 5 at the moment. 15 overs to go after this. That's the 100 for Oman. 100 for 5 in the 35th.
It might not look to be any kind of an imposing score, but from where they were early on, losing 5 wickets, a quicker 50, the second 50. Despite that, that last wicket really would be the one that they would not want to lose. See, that's tucked away, but no runs. 35 done. It's 100 for 5.
রিপনটা বাইরে দিয়ে দেন রিপন রিপন বাইরে চলে যাক জাকির ভাই সামনে থাকুক হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ আসি ওর পাশে কে হ্যাঁ একটু ঠিক আছে নাইম
100 for 5, 15 overs to go. And from here, Shamim, what's your best guess? What is Oman thinking? What kind of score would they like if they play the remaining 15 overs?
I think playing out the remaining 50 overs will be the target initially, and if they can garner the runs, I just don't feel they have enough firepower, enough batting depth, and enough experience to really go charging after the bowlers. So they should be content to just play out the 50 overs, hope that they can get a few odd deliveries that they can pounce upon and improve the run rate. At the moment, unfortunately, survival, the name of the game.
Well, the scoring that they've been showing, if you take an average of 100 deliveries per 50 runs, that's what they've scored. Then they've got to add another 50 here, which is not enough, of course, 150. And if they want to do more than that and they want to accelerate, score 100 in the next 15 overs, they've got to really bat out of their skins. Keeping in mind they don't have the top order anymore.
That's the point I was making. It's a delicate balancing act, isn't it? Trying to figure out whether you want to get a move on or you just survive. But initially for Wasim and Shubha Paul, it'll be a question of just building up this little partnership. Wasim just new to the crease. A little bit of a delay in starting the next over. The square leg umpire coming across, talking to the standing umpire at the bowler's end. Everything seems to have settled down. We're ready to go. Well, the batter isn't. Some reason. We're talking about the run, the over rate being pretty good. Little pauses like this will hamper that. But the spinners are bowling.
When you look at the Bangladesh bowling today, what another good aspect of their bowling has been the patience levels. They've not been trying anything extraordinary or out of the box. They're just sticking to basics. They're getting enough turn. They're waiting for their opportunities. And what has caused them to gain those wickets is how tight things have been in terms of not giving away extra runs, keeping the ball within the stumps, and not allowing them to move any more than 2.5 runs and over. And that has created that bit of a want in the Oman A batters to try something different, and they've lost their wickets.
I think the Oman A batters have made it easy for the Bangladeshi bowlers to be very, very meticulous and very disciplined in the bowling, as you mentioned. See the last wicket at 99, it's just a single run added. Regular fall of wickets have really stunted their advance. Soft hands, good run taken. Just going back to the accuracy level and the consistency of the Bangladeshi bowlers helped to a certain extent because of those regular fall of wickets. And sometimes when you're under pressure from batters who are taking you on, that's when you're forced to try something out of the ordinary. For the moment, they've had it all their way, and it's not been really reacted to that, and they've just gone about in that kind of manner where they've been pretty consistent in lines and lengths.
"36 overs bowled, 101 for 5.
Well, it's pretty interesting in the other ground. Well, they go through for a quick one. Well, Afghanistan are 159 for 3. They just lost their third wicket.
Come on, guys, come
Going to
on.
over number 33 over there. Here, we are into the 37th over. 103 for 5. They need a partnership here. And interesting to see what Oman's plan from this point onwards would be, where they're looking at really.
Come on, Joy.
Yeah, very good afternoon, Suresh. Good afternoon, everyone. Nicely played away. I think what you'd like to see from these two in particular, they've just come into the team for the first time at this level. You want to show Duleep Mendes, the head coach, you want to show him something. And what an opportunity to do it. 14, 15 overs left. Very good bowling attack, but it's a good batting track. Make a statement. Get a 60 not out, get a 70 not out. Guide Oman up to 220, 230. Don't want to see defensive cricket, want to see positive cricket. Rather see someone caught in the deep than caught trying to poke a single. Take the game to Bangladesh.
Yeah, they need to take a move on, because with the way they are going right now, I don't think they're going to end up with much in that 50 overs. Oh, that's the end of the over. You can see how quick the overs go by. It's 105 for 5.
ভাই দাদা কিন্তু বেশিক্ষণ যতক্ষণ বাইরে থাকবে ততক্ষণ কিন্তু বোলিং করতে পারবে না দাদারে
37 overs gone. Obviously, Oman needs to make a move on. They need to try and take a few risks. I know the head coach, Julip Mendes, this is his home ground. This is where he played his cricket in Sri Lanka, the SSC. And I'll tell you, during his days, he was a batter who really took risk. He was a very hard-hitting batter. And he almost got twin hundreds in Lords.
Yeah, certainly Fayaz Butt capable with the back coming in. Cali Mullah is someone I love watching bat. He's in the Curtly Ambrose mould. I'm not sure if you remember Curtly Ambrose in terms of his batting. Everyone knows his bowling, but he loved batting. He thought he was a top order. He thought he was a number 3. Cali Mullah's the same, and he's worked really hard on it. He's got big levers. He basically tries to hit everything for 6. So he could be the one to provide the late order acceleration. Yeah, great to have Julip Mendes back. He's hiding in the shade. He knows where to be here in Colombo. He's a very aggressive player, but the job he's done in Oman in the Sultanate, phenomenal.
Well, this is not taking Oman anywhere. They need to at least prevent the dot balls and make sure 50 balls for 17. That's better. That's better. Keep doing that often. Get an odd boundary in the over. Do something different. Make things happen.
It's a learning curve as you come up the levels. If you're playing in the Oman domestic structure, you'd probably be used to 1 or 2 bad balls per over at least. And that gives you your boundary opportunity. Shubopal has to find a way to rotate the strike off the good balls. And then what's his scoring option? We haven't seen him sweep. We haven't really seen him use his feet. And as a consequence, a stroke like this one from Wasim is the one you've got to take out of your game. There's no problem defending a ball, but defend it and manipulate it into the gap. Those 2 previous deliveries, both of those could have been singles. The one on the offside could have been worked in the gap in between backward point and extra cover. There's about 15 to 20 yards there. The one on the leg side could have been worked to square leg. Instead, 2 very defensive, almost dead bat stroke, test match strokes. Meant that we've had 1, 2, now 3 dot balls. You have to learn to rotate the strike, particularly with the left-hand, right-hand combination. That's what Oman are battling against right now.
Well, it's not easy. They're really, really struggling, the Oman batters. Oh, that's another dot ball. Woo! Just 1 run off that over. 38 done. 106 for 5.
কি চকলেট লাগবে ললিপপ ললিপপ সবাই জয় একটা আছে মেদি ভাই
I just can't understand the body language of these 2 batters at the moment, and they're just not trying to make things happen, trying to do something different, unless they feel that something around 140 or 150, their bowlers can do it for them.
I think one of the big learnings, I'm going to go back to Ireland, obviously that's where I'm from, come through that Irish system. When we were an associate, when we first came up against the better test nations after our initial exposure in 2007 at the World Cup, there was a bit of a mindset, even though we had a golden generation of players, that if you got behind the game and into a position like this at 100 for 5 and let's say after about 30 overs, you almost wanted to put on a bit of respectability. You wanted to say, look, let's get to 180 and then we could get 2 or 3 wickets. You might only lose by 7 wickets. But as Irish cricket evolved and also as the leading associates have evolved, that mindset is gone. Now they have to be thinking about a way to get 8 or 10 and over, to get to 220, to give them some chance of winning this game. But they're not trying to do that. Just punching it around for singles. The days of having a respectable defeat are gone. Now there's a mindset, certainly in the very top associates and the likes of Ireland and Afghanistan. You see them play aggressive cricket. Rather be bowled out for 140 trying to get 220 than scrape your way up to 160, 170. It's not going to be enough.
Well, well, well. He's really struggling, isn't it, this young man? Wasim, 18 balls for his 6, 53 balls for 20. Let's take a look at this again. Here you go. There you go. Played with softer hands. Let it go slowly to the field now. Oh, this is unbelievable.
Yeah, the strike rates are in the 30s. And that speaks volumes.
Good bowling. Shabash, Joy.
Oman have lost their quality batters, their top order players. These two new into the team. Gone. They're not finding a way to score. And even when they're trying to defend, they've ended up losing a wicket. Wasim is at a tortured stay at the crease. Gone for just 6, outclassed by some really good quality spin bowling as Joy gets another.
There you go. Oh, well, got it on the top end of the bat. And just look at his facial expressions. But Wasim Ali has to make that walk back to the pavilion. He's gone for 6. It's 109 for 6. So Wasim, the batsman, gone for 6. Look at the Manhattans of Oman. Just the 2 overs that you can talk about. Only 3 overs more than 6. Just look at that. Beyond that, it's been pretty ordinary.
Well, they're paying tribute to their capital city. Muscat is famously one of the lowest built cities in the world. Don't really have any buildings of more than 5 or 6 stories, and they've very much kept to their traditional Arabic style. But I really think that Duleep Mendes would rather have some Colombo-style skyscrapers as Fayaz Butt comes to the crease. Career strike rate around 70. He showed us a little bit with the bat in the first game, as many stages of that initial contest against Afghanistan A, Oman were in winning positions. They scored with much more fluency. They found the spin threat and the overall bowling effort from Bangladesh very difficult to show any fight against, and as a consequence, they're in a really tricky position.
This is the fall of the last wicket. Wow, well. You get his facial expression. Oh. No.
I'd literally just said, get out showing intent, play a shot, and look at his reaction. The batter, it was writ all over his face. He said, what have I done? I'm trying to block a ball, and I've ended up chipping it back to the bowler. Better be caught on the boundary trying to score 4 or 6. No good result there. The best result was a dot ball. Instead, it's cost him his wicket. 6 off 20, a tortured innings. And Pal He's battling as well. He's striking in the 30s. He now has to find a way. Where are the boundary options coming?
And also, if you really look at how Pal holds his bat, he holds it very low down, that grip. He holds it very low down. So well, that's good. That's something to talk about. And that will, oh, that's good fielding. That's good.
I have to say Bangladesh have been excellent in all departments today. I know some harsh judges up here gave a drop catch, but I think that was caught and bowled. Chance was too difficult. And even when the footwork comes out, Zakir does enough to save a couple of runs, just 2 more to the total. Final ball now with Mahdi Hassan's spell. He's been excellent. I love his approach to off-spin bowling, really trying to get good revs onto it, and he's a good reward today going at less than 3 and over.
Well, he uses that paddle sweep again. He'll get a single. He'll keep the strike. 40 done. 1-1-1. 1-1-2 for 6.
এখনো খেলে না তো ভাই একটাও 40 কে ইজি করে দিবেন
There you go, the signal coming from umpire Gamin Dissanayaka for the third power play. Now Bangladesh has the luxury of having 5 men outside the 30-yard circle. They've done that. You can even see the fielders in the inner ring now, almost at the edge of the 30-yard circle, but they've got 2 in front. Get another run. They need to keep doing this very often, Andrew. They need to find the boundaries.
I find it a bit surprising they're going with the 5-out because there's been such little intent from Oman's batters. Keeping the extra man or 2 inside the circle could well have continued to dry up the runs. And just as I say that, Fayaz but will have a 5th fielder in the circle. Backward point comes up. Can but get the long handle out, get a few blows going.
Oh, that's intelligent, but still only a single. There is a decent gap between wicket and long on. They might be able to look and try and target that with the off-spinner bowling into the right-handers. Oh, there is a shout. Oh. The keeper and the bowler was very interested, but not the umpire.
Well, no joy for Mahmudul Hassan. Oh, that looked close, didn't it? Dassanayaka felt that maybe has just turned a bit too sharply, just angling down. Really was a tight call. Good work off his own bowling this time. Maybe just a little bit down the track as well. The other consideration the umpire has to take into account how far the ball has to travel before it would have impacted with the stumps. Benefit of the doubt.
bowling end, bowler.
Got just a single. No. What can Fayaz but do? He has a reputation of using the long handle, Andrew.
A little bit. Like most fast bowlers, they like an aggressive option, but we haven't seen much aggression from Oman thus far. 41 have been bowled, 115 for 6.
The adjoining ground, Afghanistan A are 176 for 4 at the end of 36. It's going to be an interesting game. If Afghanistan can get to around 250, 260, they might feel that they're in with a chance. They have a very good bowling attack. Some quality spinners in that lineup as well. But the Sri Lankans, they have a very strong batting line. And mind you, this is on the shorter side to one end. Rakib comes back for his final over, 1 for 29. Oh, he's gone. No. Now we're going upstairs for a stumping.
My initial thought is you're spot on the money. I think this is gone. Bangladesh think so too, but it's up to Lyndon Hannibal to make sure. I suspect we could be having a red light. Are we right? He's down the track. The bails are whipped off pretty quickly. On your bike. That's the end. For Shubho Pal, we'll see the red light come on. And red means home you go for the moment, as he will take a long walk off. I'm not sure he realizes he's gone, but red means depart. And Shubho Pal never got anything going. Beaten in the flight, not getting anywhere near the pitch of the ball. Again, the trajectory the spinners have bowled with has paid the price. And it's the demise of Shubho Pal. He's gone for 25. And Oman in big trouble, 115 for 7.
So 1 run 5 for 7 into the 42nd over. Oman really in trouble now. Odedra is the new batter in. His batting credentials don't show much. Stumped Akbar ball Rakibul, that is Pal for 25. 64 deliveries for that. Not the best of deliveries to start off. Just a single again. I think Fires but needs to try and do something. As you said, rather than just getting caught in the inner ring, it's better to try and do something. Maybe caught in the boundaries lines.
Realistically, it shouldn't be numbers 8 and 9 in the order who should be doing the way to the run scoring. The lack of positive intent, lack of aggression, it's been so tangible, isn't it? It's all well and good punching it around now, but if you got 4 and over for the last 9, you're only going to end up with 150. The reaction to the quality of Bangladesh's spinners, it's been less than impressive from Oman. Plenty for Duleep Mendes to ponder. He knows how good his leading players are. The ones who've come in yet to impress.
And also the fact that you can see that the this is the follow that last wicket. Well, he was gone all for money. Slip comes into play, but they'll get a single on the onside. You can see that the Bangladeshi skipper is going for the kill. He wants to finish things off early.
You'd like to bowl them out. That side on angle, I love that. If you're a young spinner watching on at home, young boy or girl, look at the release point. He gets right up over his front arm, and it came down the whole way. Deception is the key to spin bowling. And Rakibul Hassan has had a really impressive 10-over spell. He'll be thinking of a third wicket from his final delivery.
Well, he finishes off well. The 42nd over comes to end. It's 119 for 7.
বাংলাদেশের দোষ
So 8 overs to go from this point. The two fast bowlers have 3 each. Maybe Joy will finish, come in to bowl 2. He's already in action here. Very impressed the way the Bangladeshi spinners have bowled the 2 finishing off. Especially talking about Rakib. You very rarely find left-arm spinners now going between the umpire and the stumps, isn't it, Andrew? They normally tend to come around the wicket, but more on a straighter angle.
Yeah, left arm through and around. Throwback to days gone by. Bisham Bedi et al. But really nicely today. Lovely rhythm. A lot of consistency. And 36 dots in that 10-over spell. Really impressive stuff, and only 2 boundaries he concedes. You look at the approach generally from Bangladesh's spinners, it's to get it bowled in very flat, but get lots of revs on the ball. Extract whatever assistance they can get from the pitch, add in their accuracy. And that's why they've had very good days, good strong grips, all 3 of these spinners that we've watched today.
Good bowling, good bowling.
Well. This has been a very quick over coming from Joy. And it's been 5 dot balls. Oh, it's a maiden in the 43rd over. It's 119 for 7.
You need? Yes. No? After the game? After the game, I'll give you. वो पीछे पड़ा है वो देखो वो थाई ब्लू मेरा हेलमेट भी वो पड़ा हुआ है कुर्सी के ऊपर
The scores just across the road at CCC, 188 for 5 after 38. You just get a feeling they slowed down a little bit. They were 134 at around 10 overs ago. You come back to this game and Shamim alongside me once again. It's good to have that plan of batting the full 50 overs, but it's got to have some purpose to it. It's not that they've not tried, they've lost wickets, but I would only be more concerned if I was the think tank for Oman. The starts those 3 batters got, they've just thrown it away. And that has had its effects on the total, which is 119 for 7 at the moment.
It seems, even now, it seemed to me earlier too that they're not in the frame of mind when they lost the top order for not too many runs, that they're going to go for a more positive approach, and they're going to just try and play out the 50 overs. In the process, they've lost 2 more wickets since we last spoke on air. It hasn't been easy going. It's been pretty consistent from the Bangladeshi bowlers. And even there, his feeling for it not going across to the line of the ball. And seeing a maiden in the 43rd over of a 50-over match, that is the last thing you want. Duleep Mendes, who we heard has played so many big innings at this ground, will be feeling a little upset, to say the least, in the performance of his team so far.
Also, sometimes what happens is certain teams have heavy reliance on particular players. They always think that this man will get us some good performance once he takes the field. And in today's case, Aqib Ilyas just going out for no score, they heavily depended on him to get some runs for them. And once he got out for no score, you just get a feeling that Oman A immediately went to plan B, which is, let's bat the 50 overs and not lose a wicket. I mean, come to think of it, 43rd over was a maiden.
And with the tails up, the Bangladeshi 18 bowlers are not going to give any kind of help to the cause of garnering the runs for the Oman A team. And of course, in addition to Aqib Ilyas, Kashyap Prajapati, who's been the mainstay of their batting for a while, and also Ayan Khan, both getting into 20s, doing all the hard work, settling things down, and then throwing it away with shots uncalled for. Two short pitch deliveries over the shoulder, signal from the umpire. Expect a Yorker here from Tanzim.
From Bangladesh A point of view, they probably would be setting themselves the immediate goals, and one of them would be to bowl them out. Don't let them play 50. 3 more wickets.
Tried the Yorker, went completely wrong, and in the mindset the batters are on. Even Butt, with that opportunity of full toss, couldn't put it away. Just trying to survive. Look at this. That was easy pickings. Well, it did. Little jarring of the hand, not really gripping the bat handle properly. A missed opportunity to get some runs. And now he's lashed on, it's in there. The fielder trying to get to it, it's going to fall on no man's land. Lucky there, not in control at all. Completes over number 44, 121 for 7. Well, the main bowlers getting the wickets. Shoma Shoka just used for the single over. I think more to facilitate the change in ends for one of the bowlers. But just didn't happen. He just gave away 2 runs. With the captain reverting back to his usual suspects and making them get the wickets. Which 9 boundaries in the whole innings. Almost 100 balls since the last boundary. That tells you the story. 99 balls to be exact.
Yeah, 8 fours and a maximum in that innings of 121. With 5 overs to go after this. 100 balls since the last boundary. So again, you're talking about those 15 overs almost. Got to come back for the second, which is not happening. Not even trying the second one on the throw. See the number of dots in the innings. There's 85%, 80% of them have been dot balls.
Just not allowed the batters to take the opportunities, kept them quiet. Once again, the dot ball, they keep on piling up. 191, 188 dots this innings. That's more than 30 overs. Exceptional. It goes on. They add on those dots. The wrong stats there. 189 dots, more than 100 balls since the last boundary. All negative stats that the Oman team do not want. One more dot to finish over number 45. 122 for 7.
122 for 7. We've been talking about how Oman A is approaching their innings, losing 7 wickets. They've got 122 and over 100 balls since the last boundary. But it's not about it's not coming their way. They're not trying a boundary. They're just trying to push the ball around and maybe a single. 10 runs in the last 5 overs. So I'm thinking you cannot have that approach to score 20 or 25 runs in the last 10 overs of your innings.
Earlier, the commentators were talking about the different kind of mindset in recent times, where the oh dear, did he get a bit of bat? And that was just a periscope up and a good take behind. It's just falling apart. They're not making an effort. They're so softly giving away their wickets.
I know there are quite a few ways of getting out, and this is one of them, which you don't see very often. He's actually ducked under it nice and easy, and then he's tried to flick it. Wicket number 8 falls, and that is the end of Butt. Fayaz gets 5, and Oman A are now 122 for 8.
New batter in Kalimullah. Listed career 192 runs, but what can you expect from 9, 10 and Jack when the top order, the middle order, they've all faltered, they've all perished. Bangladesh A team dictating terms. But gone for 5, the last wicket to fall.
That's a good shot. Even leg first, that's got to be out, but there's some bat involved. Some bat involved, umpire Afridi says, yes, there is bat. Kalimullah survives. But that tipped in nice and easy on middle and leg.
What a delivery to bowl first up to a new batter. Yeah, possibly just a bit of bat that saved him, definitely. It was angling, just shaping in. Look at that. Maybe also drifting down the leg a bit, but a very, very torrid welcome to the middle for Kalimullah. Oh, just squared him up. He went through. There is another one. The swivel around. The ball was dying on the fielder. Did a very good job in coming and going forward, diving forward and taking the catch. The end is nigh.
Yeah, I don't mind that. You know, I've heard that phrase, get rich or die trying. At least you're trying for those shots. Yeah, he's got good bat onto it. More than he would have liked. Just around the 75 marker at deep square leg, he gets caught. Wicket number 9 falls in the 46th over. And Kalimullah takes that long walk for no score. 122 for 9. That's another player who's one of the changes, one of the 3 changes, Mohammad Bilal in Oman A's team today. And his first outing in List A career. And he's finding his side in quite a bit of a bother. 122 surely not enough. 4.2 overs left in the innings. That's the last wicket. Kalimullah first trying to go at the ball and then realizing it's too close to his body, flicking it down to deep square. Bilal on strike. And Bilal used the long handle, just plays it over, mid-off, and he'll earn himself a boundary. It's been ages, 108 balls for a boundary.
I like that. Do not die wandering. Just give it a clout. You don't, as a number 11, you've got the license to throw your bat. The other guys haven't done it. At least you've got a boundary. So show some purpose and go for it again. And that has prompted that forward short leg fielder, which was brought in to put a bit of pressure on him, to be taken and put to mid-wicket now. So that is positive. That is good. That is refreshing from the number 11 batter, Bilal.
Slower ball, it's gone high in the air, should be out. Cover is under it, and that's the end of the Oman A innings. Being put into bat, they've managed 126 all out. And another wicket goes to Tanzim, who is now 3 for 18 in his 8.5. A clinical performance from the Bangladesh A team bowlers after winning the toss. They clearly had the whole work cut out in front of them. They want to put pressure, and they did that from the word go. And they've done a brilliant job in their second outing here at the ACC Emerging Teams Asia Cup. That's the last wicket, and that is of Mohammad Bilal, who goes out for 4. And Oman A have been reduced and wrapped up for 126 in exactly 46 overs.
Very impressive. Bangladesh A go back knowing that they need only 127 runs in the 50 overs, and they've done a very, very convincing job. Very clinical in their bowling performance right from the word go, with the pace bowlers, the spinners in the middle, giving them the support, the continuation of pressure on the batters. Kashyap, Ayan, Shubhapal, Shoaib all getting into the 20s, but at least 2 or 3 of them guilty in rush of blood when they're looking to be settled and throwing away the wickets, ensuring that Bangladesh wrapped up the innings. 126 is all that Oman A could muster in their 46 overs they batted.
You talk about the batters getting into their 20s, and we'll show you the highlights of the Oman A innings after being asked to bat first. The first 10 overs, the 2 new balls, were so good. Mondal and his partner Tanzim keeping that ball around that off stump and then getting rewarded with the first wicket. Then came a very rash pull shot, and this is a half-hearted attempt onto the onside. Got another wicket. Then the partnership started off, and that's the moment which you were mentioning with Ayan and Kashyap. They started getting some boundaries going, and Ayan especially was so good in that mid-on, mid-off area. He was hitting the ball hard along the ground, and then some cut shots for a boundary. Oman looked to be setting a foundation until this happened. Ayan was dismissed, and a ball later, the well-set batter, his partner Kashyap, went.
Yeah, that's when you felt that whatever resistance that the Oman team were building up was not going to be enough, and just the manner in which they got out really got you thinking. Then there's some hitting down the order, but it's never going to be enough. That was very well judged in the deep. Bangladesh kept on peppering away, kept on taking the wickets. There's support. The latter order batsman really outfoxed by some turn of the wicket, and Rakibul in particular did weave a little bit of magic, taking a couple of wickets. So all in all, a very emphatic, very clinical performance here by the Bangladesh team. Tamim on that occasion taking the simple catch to finish off the innings.
You talk about starts, and that's the partnership that was important. Kashyap and Ayan, 45 of 80. After that, you just get a feeling that they lost their way. And in trying not to go for boundaries, not only they kept losing wickets, they also lost that momentum which they probably had in that partnership of 45.
Very impressive bowling performance by the Bangladeshi pacers initially. Tanzim finishing with 4 for 18, exemplary bowling, but that support from Ripon Mondal early on, 1 for 18. The two bowled wondrously well. They really, you talk about paces hunting in packs and pairs, and they've done exactly that. Then the support from the spin bowlers, Rakib Chak Mehdi and Mahmudullah Sanjay getting 2 wickets. So all in all, a very, very convincing performance here by the Bangladeshi bowlers.
We've spoken about how Bangladesh, after losing their first outing, they've come back so strong, especially the bowlers, that they want to stay in the tournament. Bangladesh A versus Oman A, match 5. Bangladesh need 127 in their 50 overs to score their first 2 points. Time for us to take a break.
It's the ACC Men's Emerging Teams Asia Cup 2023. We're live here from the SSC. It's day 3 and it's game 5. This is the beauty of Colombo that we're seeing. This is the up-and-coming port city. And match 5, Bangladesh A versus Oman A. And this is how things have gone on so far. After Bangladesh won the toss and they elected to bowl first. So this is how the Oman batters went about things. 4 batsmen making it in the 20s. But if you look at that, the balls taken to do that, that just shows why they ended up at 126 all out in 46 overs. And this is how the action went about in the morning session. The fast bowlers are really good. They were really on the money from ball number 1. Really caused the problems to the openers. That is the first wicket to fall. Good catch, the debutant going. And then that is a big wicket. That of the captain, Ilyas rather. And then slight partnership building up between Ayan coming down the track and getting boundaries in 6, and then another one on the offside. Then really misreading the line, and then the other wicket falling in quick succession. Then another partnership gradually build up, but then it took a lot of time for them to get things moving. Paul tried to keep things going with Shoaib, but that was a good catch in the deep. And not much to talk about that. And next, Paul tried to make a move on but couldn't. And there you go. Bangladesh made sure that they held on to all the catches that came their way. And Bilal was the last man holding out. And 126 is what Oman made in 46 overs. Let's take a look at the bowling. 4 wickets for Tanzim, 2 for Rakibul and 2 for Joy. 1 apiece for Sheikh Mehdi and Mundao. Good afternoon, Andrew.
Yeah, very good afternoon, everyone. Really disappointing effort from Oman with the bat. Let's not take away from the excellence with the ball. Tanzim, Hassan Saqib, the pick of them, 4 for 18. And it means that Bangladesh A will need just 127 to win. I think they'll look to do it in a hurry as well. We saw them play with real aggression in that 7 runs per over required chase that they had against Sri Lanka. That wasn't a successful chase. That means today is all the more important. The reason why, a real chance you could end up with 3 sides tied on 2 wins apiece at the top of the table. And if that is the case, you will end up with net run rate being the differentiator. For that to happen, Oman would need to lose all 3 games. And then Afghanistan, Sri Lanka and Bangladesh could easily finish with 2 wins apiece. And as they'll all have beaten each other, net run rate will be the decider. So real chance for Bangladesh, not just to pick up their first win here at the ACC Men's Emerging Teams Asia Cup 2023, but also to do it in a style that will give them a big net run rate boost.
So Naim Sheikh, he's got a fair amount of experience, a couple of hundreds, lots of 50s in him. He will want to really get a move on. There you go. That's Tanzim Hassan, his partner. 3 centuries and 5 half centuries. Decent strike rate. Kalimullah will start proceedings for Oman. I thought he bowled decently well in the first outing. 57 wickets in 58 games. Economy is 4.34. So we're all ready to go. The run chase. How will Bangladesh A get about it? There is a slip and a wide gully in place. Kalimullah will look to take it away from the left-hander. Off the mark straight away. It's totally different to what Oman did, isn't it? Straight away on the money.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a swift effort at this chase. For Oman to get into the game, they're going to need Kalimullah, the big 2-meter plus fast bowler, to do something special. Spoke about him idolising Glenn McGrath, that's his icon. He generally is very consistent with his lines and his lengths, and his natural length because of his height. He's back a little bit from what you would describe as a good length. He'll come in and pound that with the new ball. Can he find an early breakthrough here?
This is what he does, isn't it, Andrew? He bowls in that area. He doesn't try to do too much. He brings one back in occasionally, but tries to get it away across the left-handers most of the time. Look at that build-up. Look at that run-up. Tall guy. Look how those arms stretch up. You were talking about Carly Ambrose, isn't it?
Well, that was his batting that I think he tries to imitate. Glenn McGrath is his idol with the ball. Consistency. He usually bowls with a good line and length, a good rhythm. This time too full, but covered as well. Big challenge for Oman going forward is to find that next generation. We've seen their rise over the last decade and those couple of impressive T20 World Cup appearances. Ireland know all about Oman. Lost to them up in Dharamshala back in 2016. It's built upon a group of experienced, mature players who've driven Oman for the last decade.
They just can't afford to do that. They need to hold on to those. So that gully was placed for that. And Ayan, he just dropped one.
Should have been taken. Ayan Khan, it is a gully. And look at that extra bounce that Kalimullah gets. Deceives the batter completely. I know it's the fingertips, but it should have been taken. It would have been a duck for Sheikh, but instead he's off the mark. That would have been the dream start. When you're defending a low total, everything has to go your way. You have to take those chances.
There is the reply. Going hard at that Sheikh, and he gets a boundary. First of the Bangladeshians.
A little bit of width on offer. It's come off the edge, but it's gone between the backward point and the gully. Could have been such a different start here for Oman, but Bangladesh are showing very much that they're aware of the net run rate situation. They don't just want to win here, they want to win in a hurry.
Well, that marks the end of the first. It's 6 for 9.
Manage someone with wind wicket. Ayan, manage someone with wind wicket, please.
Andrew, the last game is Afghanistan-Bangladesh. That's going to be a crunch game because if Bangladesh win in 13 overs, that net run rate goes up to 2.
Yeah, in essence, the way we could have a three-way tie at the top of the table would probably be most likely if Afghanistan beat Sri Lanka today. Remember, they posted a good score across the road at the Colombo Cricket Club. If they won that game today against Sri Lanka, could end up with a situation there then where Bangladesh beat Afghanistan in their last game and Sri Lanka beat Oman. Then you have the three teams tied with 2 wins apiece. And because they'll all have won the same number of games, they'll have the same number of points, it's then net run rate. And that's when it becomes critical.
Fires butt starts over number 2. Look at the intent from Tanzid. Walking down the track straight away.
Yeah, this was game 1, the opening match of the tournament. Sparkling strokes, good use of the feet from Tanzid. 51 coming off just 39 balls. At one stage in this chase, Bangladesh were not only ahead of the rate, but they were ahead of the DLS. There was a bit of rain threatening. They ended up coming up short by about 50 runs, but stylish stroke makers you expect with all left-handers. And he'll be looking for a similar return today.
Oh, that's a beautifully driven shot, but doesn't get anything out of it. Just a lone slip for Fires butt. Offside ring, packed with fielders.
Here's Mohammed Bilal. He's one of the 3 changes today. I suspect Dilip Mendes, the head coach, is really disappointed with the 3 changes and the impact that they've made. Abdul Rauf, the keeper batter, who's come in 2 off 21. Shubo Powell, 25 off 64, and then just 4 for Bilal.
Oh, that's a beauty. That's a beauty. Didn't try to hit it too hard. Just went through with it. Used the pace of the bowler. The timing and the placement was perfect.
Yeah, beautiful placement. Driven elegantly through the covers. At first deep in the crease, so the bowler will have seen that. He goes fuller as a response, tries to get the Yorker in, and then just half a skip from Tanzid Hassan down the ground. Been tough work today for Oman. Do feel a bit for the 3 associates here. They've just come off a very keenly contested Cricket World Cup qualifier in Zimbabwe. They're being put to the sword a little bit. Nepal showed some fight against Pakistan yesterday. UAE went down to a very heavy defeat. There's a couple of reasons why it's difficult for them. One, that schedule in Zimbabwe was very congested. If you include the warm-up games, most of the sides played 7 or 8, if not 9 games in really 2.5 weeks. Very different conditions then as well. Not making excuses for them, but just aware of that workload. And to me, someone like Fayaz Butt, who played every game in the qualifier, looking a bit tired, being run a bit ragged. Have to dig deep and find a way into this contest, do Oman.
Just looking to go around that mid-wicket region. Now, this is how Tanzid plays. He likes to get on with the game. There you go. He's a batter who wants to make maximum of that power play, field restrictions. He goes hard, isn't it? He goes hard with his arms. Oh, a dot ball will end over number 2. It's 10 for none.
Well done, boys. Well done, boys. Good day to enjoy, boys. Enjoy cricket. Come on.
Well, Afghanistan A has made 252 for 9 in the 50 overs. It's going to be a cracking game. Sri Lanka A look to be hunting that down. They have the batting to do that. Well fielded. They get that run. This is what the difference between the Oman batting and the Bangladeshi batting is. They're looking to be positive. They're looking for the singles, looking for the boundaries.
Rest day tomorrow in the ACC Men's Emerging Teams Asia Cup. Will actually bring the crew, all the cameras, all the commentary team and the production unit across to two new venues too. Go over to the historic Premadasa Stadium and the Pisar Oval too. And a big day on Monday. That's in Group B. India and Pakistan certainly off to a good start. But I think that Nepal clash is going to be a fascinating one. The first day nighter of the competition. Pakistan A will certainly fancy their chances against that very young UAE side, but just wonder, will Nepal have taken some quiet confidence from their performance against Pakistan A yesterday? They picked up 6 wickets. It all went wrong with the bat for them, barring Sampal Kami's effort, making 75 from number 9. They've got such good bowling and fielding, Nepal. If they can get a score on the board, maybe could be in for a big upset.
Oh, this time he goes over. Long off for a 6. And this is how Tanzid plays, isn't it, Andrew? He just waits for those to come in.
Shot of the day, maybe even shot of Bangladesh's tournament thus far. The 22-year-old from Bogra in Bangladesh. Well, this is bashful. Look at that. Stand and deliver. Really good shot down the ground. Wasn't even that full. Certainly wasn't a half volley. But he's lined up Kalimullah. And he's making Kalimullah's consistency a challenge. Full face of the bat. Mid-off up in the circle, of course, in this first power play. And gets the maximum reward. A really good strike for 6.
Playing with soft hands, but gets it into the gap. That will beat the fielder. He didn't try to hit it hard. I thought he just dropped his hands on that. And
timing. Raw, pure timing and class from Tanzid Hassan. Look at that. Just a push. Talk about timing. What you want to do is get your bat impacting the ball just as the bowler's getting it to go past it, and that was as crisp and as pure as you can imagine. It's a square cover drive of the highest quality. He showed us bludgeoning power of the ball before. 6-4. And Bangladesh A, they're in a hurry.
oh, that's lucky, but that will also run away to the boundary. The bowler would feel unlucky, but Tanzid will take it. Bangladesh is on a roll here.
I think Tanzid Hassan will say, look in the book, it's 4. But real fortune. Good comeback. He dragged his length back clearly, Kalimullah. Not as full. Right around sort of 4th, maybe 5th stump line in that fragile area where most left-handers are a little bit vulnerable. And instead of chopping on and fighting back for Oman with a wicket, it's the 3rd consecutive boundary. Already the most expensive over of the entire contest. 15 have come off it. And the runs are flowing.
Oh, rolling his fingers on that one. That will be the end of the 3rd. 25 for none, Bangladesh.
I'm slick. Center.
Well, Oman were just 4 runs at the end of the 3rd. I can remember when we came on air, 7 overs for 9 runs.
It's a steep learning curve, isn't it? You've got 3 guys here into the team today for Oman who've played no international cricket at all. Coming from that domestic setup, yes, they've got that world-class facility now in Muscat. But coming from where the vast majority of the domestic cricket is T20 stuff, up against high-quality cricketers. Sheikh's played a test match for Bangladesh. It's not easy. The thing I've been disappointed with, though, for Oman today is the lack of fight shown. At least with UAE against India, we saw them fight. They really dug in, they got gritty, battled up to 170 odd. I know it was under par, and then they showed a bit with the ball, picked up a couple of early wickets. Today, to me, Oman have looked flat, they've looked lifeless, they've looked very limp altogether. I know it's difficult losing your best batter for a duck like they did with Aki Bilias today, but you have to show passion and fight. There's not been enough of that today for me from Oman.
Oh, that's a beauty. Look at the sound that comes out of their bat. So how well are they getting it in the middle of the bat? That just indicates they're in a lot of confidence. And
again, compare and contrast that to the Omani batting approach. Yes, it's a dot ball, but he's trying to be positive. He's really hit that firmly to the mid-off fielder. He's looking, is there one? We saw dead bat strokes blocking the deliveries from Oman. Certainly would have expected more. I just wonder, are they suffering that little bit of a hangover, that fatigue from Zimbabwe? Can they show us something here in the next hour or so?
well, it beats the field admin. We've got two. And also under the fact that if you watched, you were there for the qualifiers in Zimbabwe, if you're watching how the Oman went about their games, they chased 300s, they got to 300. So the batting looked very more aggressive, but then if you look at it today, it's a total different game.
Yeah, look, I thought they were outstanding in Zimbabwe. They got to the Super 6, they beat Ireland comfortably. Thought they chased that down 270 really easily at the BAC ground. I felt they should have beaten Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe posted 320, but they dropped Sikandar Raz at least twice. Easily could have been 280, 290, and they only came up 15 runs short. For many parts of the chase, they were well in the game, well ahead of the rate.
Well, just go fetch that one. That's what Sheikh said. Short, width on offer. Sorry, it's a full toss. And banged into the point boundary.
Yeah, massive full bunger and just hammered away. Immediately after the delivery, we probably won't see it, Fayaz Butt took his hands and wiped them all down the front of his trousers. You can just see it there a little bit. He was clearly not in control of that ball. It's very hard for us to get across how humid it is here. We're sitting in an air-conditioned commentary box. But 84, 85% humidity out there. Again, I go back to the Zimbabwe point one final time. It was 15 or 16 degrees in the African winter. Now we're into a tropical summer here in Colombo.
Single to follow up the boundary. This is what good batsmen do.
And as a consequence, they just don't look conditioned to adjust to that extra heat. If you've got your fast bowler wringing with hands of sweat after just 8 deliveries, you're finding yourself in trouble. Do empathise with these guys. They played a lot of cricket in the last 3 or 4 weeks, but they're being totally outclassed right now.
If you've just joined us on this live coverage, this is Bangladesh A versus Oman A. 127 is the target they're looking at. Well. Second boundary of the over, and it's 36 for none. Well, 126 is what Oman Air made. Ayan Paul and Shoaib getting into the 20s, but Tanzim, the pick, 4 for 18. It's 36 for none. Bangladesh in reply, just 4 overs gone.
Really, Suresh, sadly, this is men against boys right now. I'm not talking about the ages of these players because the Bangladeshi side is the much younger team. But Oman are being given some harsh lessons here. And after the elation of getting to the Super 6, beating a Test nation in the shape of Ireland for the first time in an ODI, and so many good things in Zimbabwe, it's going horribly wrong right now.
That's better from Kalimullah. Well, this is the boundary of the last ball of the previous over. Width on offer. And that just went cracking into the point boundary.
Another reason I'm surprised by today's performance, I know it was a 72-run defeat against Afghanistan, but that really didn't paint the picture of the day. Oman were well in that contest for the vast majority of it. Competed very ably with the ball.
Oh, good fielding. This is the type of feeling that they need to lift their game up. How many runs can you save in the field?
Kalimullah picked up 2 for 41 in that first game. Thought he was excellent. 2 days' time. A Sunday of rest tomorrow. Not for the crew who'll have to re-rig, and our thanks to them as always. Well, the Pakistan A taking on UAE A, and then India A taking on Nepal. That's the day-nighter. That is a game. It's the stuff of dreams for every Nepali fan. And also, it's a sign of things to come. Because Nepal, they have earned their place in the Asia Cup. The first time in their history. The veterans of the game there told me they actually did it once before, back in 2004, 2005. But the Asia Cup never got held that year. So it's been a long journey for Nepal to get here. They have never played India or Pakistan at any level senior cricket. So this is the first time it's going to be an official one-day international. And the stuff of dreams for Kathmandu, for Pokhara, for Biratnagar. For every Nepali cricket fan. I cannot wait for that. And it's almost a dress rehearsal in 2 days' time. Play the India A team, beat them, and send the senior side a warning. Say Nepal are here to stay.
Yeah. Well, there you go. That's the Asia Cup fixtures. Look at Group B. That's a tough group. Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, and Afghanistan. Well, you've been a very ardent fan of Nepal cricket.
I love all associates equally. I get a little bit of stick about that. I get told I only love Nepal. And I do adore it there. Nearly 20 trips there now, would you believe? But for India and Pakistan, the chance for Nepal to play against them, that is, I can't put it into words. They are so passionate about their cricket there, soaring up into the sky like the Lotus Tower.
Well, India, Pakistan, they clash 3 times. 19th of July, the 8 emerging teams. And then the Asia Cup. And then we move on to the big one, the World Cup. Oh, just went off the bounce. 5 overs, 36 for none.
Flying start for Bangladesh A, but just talking off air there about how exciting these contests are. The top one is between the A teams. That's here at this competition in Colombo, day-night fixture at the Prima Dasa. I'm going to make a prediction for you. I'm known for ludicrous predictions, but I think this one's going to come true. I think we're going to see India-Pakistan 3 times at Asia Cup. We're going to see it in the group stages. We'll then see it in the Super 4. They're going to meet in the final at the Asia Cup. And I've got one more for you. They're not just going to meet in Ahmedabad in that gigantic stadium, 100,000 plus people at it in the group stages. I think they're going to meet again in the semi-final or final. We're in for a historic year. Not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but 6 meetings between India and Pakistan. How exciting would that be?
Yeah. Unbelievable. If it really happens, it's going to be fantastic. Well, save your legs for that, because Bilal, starting his first over, has been crashed to the cover region.
Hammered over pitch, a little bit of nerves. First time on a stage this big for Mohamed Bilal. And look at that square drive. We've been treated to some stroke play in this second innings. It's been the antithesis of the first one. We had just 10 boundaries. We've already hit 8 inside 31 deliveries. Remarkable stroke play from the 2 southpaws, the 2 left-handers on fire out there. Bilal, well, he's had a rude awakening, a rude welcome into international cricket. There'll be nerves there, no doubt. Must pull his length back.
Again, width on offer. Might have been lucky that he got away with it, but Tansit, he's looking dangerous. He might be a player to watch in this entire tournament if Bangladesh go on further in the tournament.
I am desperate for one of this 15-man squad to prove Shamim Chowdhury wrong, to get one of them into the senior Asia Cup team. Is he the one, the left-hander? He's yet to debut for a Bangladesh senior team. Could he be a bolter? Could he bolt his way into the Asia Cup squad? Could he be at the World Cup?
He can be the surprise package that comes in. Oh, they go through with a shot. They go through for a quick one. This is good. This is very good cricket from the Bangladeshi openers.
You have to remember, that's what's on the line here for these young players. We've seen each of the major test nations take a slightly different approach. Bangladesh have almost gone with a hybrid model. They brought some of their best young cricketers and they brought some with a little bit of experience. Like we said, that test match appearance for Sheikh. Soumya Sarkar as well, Zakir Hassan, also Mahdi Hassan, also Naeem Sheikh. There is international experience there. They're playing for places in 6 weeks' time.
This is unbelievable. Just look at that. Just punched through the cover region.
And somewhere around this SSC ground, there's a curator watching on going, that's how good a wicket this is. We didn't see it in the first innings. Look at that. Races away, pumped into the ground. And Oman, they are listless. They are being hammered into submission. I'm afraid to say it this early. This was a boxing contest. Duleep Mendes might be searching for the white towel.
8th boundary of the innings. Maybe get a sweeper cover in to the deep, because that's where most of the boundaries have gone. 45 for none. We're just into the 6th over. Oh, they've packed the offside, they bring an extra fielder in, take the slip out, and still the batsman finds the gap, and it is not good fielding as well.
Well, peaks and troughs aren't there in life, whatever we talk about, whether it's sport or careers. Right here, after the zenith, the highs of Zimbabwe, we're looking at nadirs, we're looking at lows here for Oman. This is not the standard you'd expect. It's not what Duleep Mendes and Zishan Maksud have worked so hard towards. The assistant coach, Everett Labourche, has also done such a brilliant job at getting these Omanis fit and strong and strengthened. And all the amazing work the board has done there with the facilities. But right now, they're being beaten out of sight. Bangladesh on fire.
Well, they'll pick one. They're looking for the second. They're coming back. This is good running. The 50 comes on board. 51 at the end of 6. Look at that run rate, 8.50. 15 runs coming off that Bilal first over. Not the best of starts on your debut, is it? Yes. Yeah, skyscrapers. Into Bangladesh. Kalimullah.
Really in a great position, not just to take these 2 points, take a massive net run rate boost. I think that will put them in a position where possibly if they win their final game, they'll go through no matter what.
Down the track. Can get the in the middle of the bat, but it just might be pulled in. Yes, it is. They pick a couple. Didn't get it in the middle of the bat. Got in the toe end, I thought.
Right off the toe. That was never getting to the boundary. You could just see it. You could hear the noise out of the toe. But again, look at the positive intent. They know there's only 2 fielders outside the circle. Use your feet. Try to disrupt Kalimullah's length. And even if you don't get it out of the middle, you'll get enough to get it over the head of Shoaib Khan, who does well to cut it off and keep it to just a couple.
Oh, just look at that. Stand and deliver. On the up. Tanzil is meaning business here. He wants to end this off quick, get back to the hotel and relax and take the rest day off as well.
Really impressive. Just 22 years of age, another one putting his name up in lights. Career strike rate in list A cricket around 80, but he's showing that he's got gears to his game. Has got some of that BPL experience with Khulna too.
A rare dot ball we are seeing in this Bangladesh run chase. 57 for none. Well, Oman was 7 for 1 at this stage. Well, Kalimullah might be lucky to get away with that. Just look at the shots he plays. Unbelievable.
Yeah, he's come in here in red hot form. As Tanzid in that famous Dhaka Premier League, he's had 2 list A hundreds in the last couple of months. Look at the timing. That was probably one of the best time strokes we've seen in the whole competition. Any width has been punished. Anything too full has been carted away. There's been some real style and quality. Plays for the Brothers Union club in the Dhaka Premier League, where he's been in inspired form.
Well, he goes down the track and gets a maximum of that. He is really, really wanting to make sure that they get it before that 13th over.
Quality, absolute quality. When good batting is played like this, look at the free flow of the bat. And just a duck of the head. He knew from the moment it pinged off it, it was 6 all the way. Up towards us there, you can see us in the background. My jaw was dropped as that one has soared into the sky at this SSC ground. Bangladesh inside 7 overs have hit more boundaries than Oman had in their entire innings. That's the disparity today. And a really harsh lesson. We're going to see the off spinner come on in a moment. You can see him warming up there in the background. Oman listless.
Well, he gets in top edge, but that will also go down to the boundary. They say swing hard when you swing hard, and it's 63 for 67 for none at the end of 7.
Such a rapid start this from Bangladesh, 67 in just 7. And no wickets down, so just need 60 more. And at this rate, they should be able to wrap it up somewhere around 15 or 16, 17 overs. That will majorly help their net run rate if that comes into play. Oman A have not yet had any moment in this match. First with the bat, they were pretty much in the first or second gear throughout the 40-odd overs they batted. That's the boundary. You know, when you're taking those chances, then luck also comes your way. And that probably was missing when Oman A was batting. Yes, you're down and out, lost wickets. You got to take the fight back to the opposition, even if it's a certain percentage. You can't just box yourself in.
Center, please.
It's been absolute carnage by the Bangladeshi batters here. Haven't given the semblance of an opportunity, maybe a chance early on when Tanzim just edged to the slips. This is Jay Odedra, 17 wickets in his listed career. Can he make an impression? Can he get the breakthrough that Oman desperately need here? At least stem the flow of runs. Get themselves something to be happy about. Looking so very compact, both the batters. Naeem Sheikh, recently in the ODI team for the national side, Bangladesh, and now given an opportunity to get amongst the runs, bolster his confidence. He's doing well, and this is a period, now that the paces have gone on, the spinners coming back in, can just afford to be a little more circumspect. Give yourself a little more time. And then once there's a loose one around, you belt it away. Must be a lot of concern for the Oman team. They heard from Andrew of their recent escapades around the world, did very well. Give a lot of hope for the future. Oh, bit of a yes and no. Send back quickly enough. With this thrashing, as I said, they're getting here is not going to do their confidence much good.
Maiden.
Great turn. And it's just that immaculate length. His outstretches Sheikh and just turns away from him. Have a look at that. That's an ideal off-spinner's delivery to a left-hander. Exaggerated turn.
Keep this, shabash.
Uses that bottom hand to perfection. One bounce down to long on for another boundary. Now that's what I'm talking about. If you miss your length by a fraction, that's what happens. 71 for no loss. As the summary as of now of this particular match, Oman A were put into bat, 126 all out in 46 overs. Bangladesh A is in top gear, 71 for no loss in just 8 overs. A day off tomorrow because we shift to 2 new stadiums in the tournament. Pisara Oval will play Pakistan A and UAE A, and our Premadasa will play India A and Nepal. The only difference is that India A game against Nepal will be a 2 o'clock start, so it'll be a day-nighter. First time under lights in this tournament. When you look at the score 71 for no loss, Shamim, when you start looking at associate nations and their participation in events like these, it's not all lost for Oman A or for Nepal or for any side that's looking to progress. Yeah, just throws his bat at it. There's too much width, fuller length, and you trust your hands and eye.
It's made look so simple, and that's where the problem is. The consistency missing. You're talking about the associates coming in, playing with the big boys, even though it's the A team of Bangladesh. Despite that, it's the pressure you could feel that seemed to be a little out of the league. But I just also feel that it's a bad day at the office for Oman. They are, I've seen them play. They're not what they're showing today. They've got much more in them to make it, maybe not to the top rung, but at least to hang around and play and put up a fight against the big teams. They are definitely a better unit than the showing today. So it happens. They learn from the mistakes here. They learn from what they could have done better. The conversion of those 20s that we talked about to 50s, or maybe even more, and put the pressure on the opposition, just hasn't happened today. They've got to try and rectify the mistakes that have been created. Even in the previous over, we saw a beautiful delivery that beat the bat. Bowler was Odedra. That's played away, found the fielder. And the next ball, it's the lack of discipline in the bowling. The next ball is in the slot, the slot swept for 4 comfortable runs. So that is where it all gathers around, is ensure that it's consistent, it is more disciplined, and also a bit of luck to go with it.
Yeah, the point I was trying to make regarding the associate nations in such tournaments, we'll just come back to that after this delivery, is about teams like Nepal, Oman A. Your experience only will be gained when you play tougher sides or bigger sides. If you play similar sides, or dare I say lesser sides, your growth just becomes very stagnant. It just stops. When you actually go through and play sides like India A, Pakistan A, or Bangladesh A, or Sri Lanka A, even if you lose a match, then you start testing the depth, testing the waters. Where do you stand? And what you need to do to get to that level gradually. So it is a good learning curve, provided you're ready to learn and just identify those weak links. Couple of runs, and that turns it to a well-deserved 50. At 50 of just 28 deliveries, that's a very, very good knock.
It's been an emphatic knock. 50s in the last 8 Lister matches, 6 of them. He's been consistent. Played for the Dhaka Premier League, and he's got a bunch of them. He carries on the good work here. Very impressive, Tanzid Hassan. 8 4s, 2 6s. That's a high percentage of boundary runs gathered from boundaries. It's very, very attacking. Hasn't allowed any of the bowlers to settle down. And this is the test that you also mentioned about learning from their experiences playing against the bigger teams. And this is the ideal platform, the ACC Men's Emerging Teams Asia Cup. It's a good arena. And also playing under alien conditions, different conditions, coming in from Zimbabwe, from the cooler climes to the warmer, humid conditions. So everything is a learning process.
It's gone right through that fielder at point, just brushing his fingernails. Still's got pace to it. Tanzid is in some serious mood here. 81 now.
Isn't he? Everything he's doing is turning to gold. Even the misfields, maybe not from the meaty part of that, possibly slicing it outer half, but the full flourish of the bat had that pace, and that didn't allow the fielder. And it's every department that Oman are sort of looking wanting. It was with the bat first, now the bowlers, even the fielders, not really being able to really pep themselves up and lift their spirits to be agile in the field.
I think come out with that plan, Bangladesh A side, just to finish it off as quick as possible. 9 gone, 81 for no loss.
इधर भी एक छोरा
Oh boy, go boy, break the ball again, come on. ये भी ज़्यादा हो गया.
It's been emphatic from Naim Sheikh and Tanzid Hassan, who has been absolutely top-notch with going through very, very quickly to his 50. It's been a 50 which has combined a lot of good strokes all around the ground. He's enjoyed himself in the middle.
Odedra now into the attack, 1 over none for 4. Just a bit of a slight hold up in play. The umpire wants to inquire something from the captain.
Wondering what the reason can be. About talking about the change in the bowling is numbers of the players, a little bit of confusion. Is he wearing the jersey of a different person, or yeah, I think the confusion was maybe he is sweating so much out there, may have changed the jersey. Now he's been asked to change. Would that make much of a difference? It's been worth watching. The 50 runs compiled so very elegantly by Tanzid. It took a liking to the bowlers. Lovely shots down the ground. Then the deft touches got him the runs. When the width was offered outside the off stump, he was cracking them away. Cover drives are his speciality. Looks so very elegant. And once he picks them up, even goes down the line. And the bowlers really played into his hands. Bowling wide, bowling short.
ये अच्छा था. Well bowled, यारा. Good bowling. Keep there bowling. Pick the bowler guy, pick the bowler guy. Bilal आवाज आए, Bilal शाबाश.
Striding very, very quickly. Really jogging towards that target. Very quick time into the turn over. Just a few runs left. No wickets lost. Couldn't have been in a better position. Bangladesh winning the toss, deciding that they're going to put Oman in, and it worked. A treat, because they folded up for 126. In addition to win in this match, Bangladesh would be thinking of that net run rate might come in handy if at all when a couple of teams finish with the same points. Just ticked all the right boxes.
If somehow Afghanistan A spins their way to a win, and Bangladesh, which should win here today, that just opens up the group. All Sri Lanka, Afghanistan and Bangladesh will have a win each. That's a good shot. It's the placement that's the key. He puts so much power behind those shots, Tanzid. Becomes very tough for the fielders inside the circle. He almost at 15 yards to put hand to it.
Just the amount of time he had. The shortness of the ball, the width of it, he rocks back, ensures that it's backward of point. Just played it just that tad bit late to use the pace of the ball and also the angle of the bat to take it away. Just a perfectly compiled stroke.
Yes, well bowled. Well bowled. Good bowling.
Once in a while, the bowler is going to surprise the batter, try and bowl something different, make them work hard. That's what I say about the Oman bowlers. Don't give away freebies. The first power play done and dusted. After 10, Bangladesh are 86 without loss.
Have a look at that. That's the signal for the end of the first power play. And 19 for 2 were Oman A at this stage. So Bangladesh is just 67 runs ahead.
Says he with a wry smile on his face. Yeah, it's very, very different. I mean, the whole scenario completely against Oman, and they're really having a big struggle. It's carnage with the batters. It's been so convincing, so emphatic, so clinical by the Bangladeshi openers.
It's been an entertaining power play. Power play 1 with Tanzir showing some class and some power hitting. He's really been good, especially through that cover and long off area. Seems to be his strength. It's about timing or sheer power. Everything has been at display from Tanzid, and we single him out because he's the one who's got that 58 of 35. His partner Sheikh also contributing 29, completely commanding the first 10 overs. And you can see in all sorts of comparisons here in the boundaries between the two sides. Apesh, and he'll clear mid-on. He'll go one bounce, another boundary. That makes it 16 boundaries and 2 sixes in just inside 11 overs compared to the 9 boundaries and a 6 and 46 overs from the opposition.
It tells a story, doesn't it? But here I felt that he had a bit of luck. It could have gone to one of the 2 fielders on the onside. It swung around, did manage to get the meaty part of the bat, but it's the region where the ball went. It was in the air for a while. So Tanzid riding his luck. He had a spot of luck early on when he was dropped in the slips, very first over. Since then, he has not looked back. He's been really making the Omani bowlers suffer.
Well, be in his shoes. He can make no mistake today. Didn't really bounce enough as he would have liked. Day after tomorrow, day game, Pakistan A, UAE A from the P. Sara Oval. And the same day, later in the evening, 2 o'clock start, India A versus Nepal from the R. Premadasa. I think at the end of the 17th of July, we'll have a clear picture as to who has a better opportunity of getting into those semis.
Yeah, at least 2 games will be played by each team by then, and they'll be able to sort out things, talk about the run rates and other things that matter for teams going on to play in the semi-finals. Summary of match number 3, United Emirates A team. 175 is all they could muster. Baltapa 46, Ariash 38, and a good fight back very, very quickly, getting to 179 for Tudul. 108 not out. India won by 8 wickets. Very emphatic win in that match.
And we'll look at his wickets yesterday. We just showed you the match summary. He's got 4 for 41 rana against the UAE. He's showing the emerging talent that he has. Shoulder knocking those. That's a very good catch. Tough one in the follow through. Keeping that pressure on, and then love to see those stumps being rattled. 4 for 41 helped the side get their win against UAE. .94 for no loss.
Yash still 108 not out. 84 deliveries he faced. Captain of the under-19 winning team, World Cup winning team, and is so very emphatic in the way he garnered those runs. Really attacked the UAE bowlers right from the word go. Even when they're short, he's riding the bounds, pulling the balls forward of square, shimmy down the wicket, straight as an arrow. All the shots in the book. Seems to be pretty strong down the line, plays very well in the V, and even through extra cover when he's doing it. When he's stretching his arms, reaching the ball, even then he makes good contact. And look at that lovely flourish of the bat. This was a terrific innings for those who had a chance to watch it.
And there they are in Group B, India A, after that win. 3.25 their net run rate. And got themselves in such a healthy position after just that one win against the UAE. And the same afternoon at the Colombo Cricket Club, it was Pakistan A, or Pakistan Shaheens, versus Nepal. And in that, Pakistan A started off well with the ball. You look at Shahnawaz Dani and Wasim Jr., 5 and 4 wickets respectively. They kept the opposition quiet, but it was a brilliant performance given by Sompal, 75, coming at number 9, and gave some respectability to the score, 179, but still not enough on that ground. Pakistan A, you'd feel 6 wickets too many to get that 181, a few rash shots, but they got their first 2 points, winning that game by 4 wickets. So another 33 required here with the titanic number of overs left. 39. You know, have you ever seen a required run rate as .85? How do you get that?
You get it by the way these two have been batting. They've been clobbering the bowling. They're all round the ground. It's been so very severe on the bowlers, both the batters. Tanzid in particular. Naim Sheikh content to give the strike back on occasion to Tanzid because he's going great guns. But even in addition to all the boundaries and the over boundaries that we've had, we've seen the rotation of strike on various occasions. Hardly any dot balls being given away to the Oman A bowlers. So that is another aspect of this partnership has been very noticeable.
Call is for 2, and they should be able to get that. Played it wide of that fielder in the deep.
I think Naim Sheikh and Tanzid Hassan should be telling themselves, look, we've been pretty attacking, pretty proactive all this way. We do not want to get out. We've had the opportunity to get some runs under the belt, understandably dominating the bowling, but let's get carried away. Let's throw away our wickets. Sometimes you can get a little arrogant, a little cocky, and try to take on the bowlers, in the process lose the wicket.
Yeah, they'd be unhappy, I tell you that much, if they lose a wicket here, because they want to attain perfection. They want 10-wicket win. We just don't want to spoil that match summary at the end of it.
Just the point I was making. There was a couple of runs and then the single. So if there's a good ball coming, that one from Odera didn't warrant a big shot. All he did was push it down the ground and amble the single. This is good cricket. Sensible way of going about it. Also gives them a little time to rest. Even when you're hitting big sixes, it strains your sinews, sometimes the muscles. So just take it easy for a while and get on with the job comfortably.
Good bowling, guys. KP ready रहेंगे anytime. Our Wasim Ali. चलो ठीक है आजा वसीम अली.
12 overs have been bowled and Bangladesh are 1 away from 100. 99 for no loss.
क्यों आना जल्दी आना वसीम आना तू वहीं रुक जा मिड विकेट रुक जा मेरी बात हां कवर सा जा वो उधर निकल पूरा मगजमारी करता है यार किसकी जगह पे खड़े नहीं कवर यहाँ कौन है केपी कर कवर में आना जय आगे रहना और इधर रहना इधर वाला इधर रहना ठीक है शुभू.
Well, am I seeing that right? Sri Lanka A is 19 for 3 in 4 overs against Afghanistan A, who've posted 252 for 9. This will really open up this group if Afghanistan A manages that win. And they seem to be on their way.
When we're talking about the run rates, you did mention the by chance. Well, it's not going to be by chance now with the 3 wickets down. An Afghan win is on the cards. And they'll really open up the group standings. So it's going to be quite interesting.
I can almost imagine a very nervous Roshan just across the road.
What about Fawaz Maroof?
Oh, he'll handle it.
Worth a look at the points table. A lot of conjecture as to the result of that game. The one here seems pretty all right. Bangladesh winning this will get their first points on the board as we see. We just see the 100 coming up with that single in the background, and then with the Sri Lanka, if they lose, Afghanistan get 2 more points. Sri Lanka remain on 2. Run rate will be the factor. And Bangladesh with this emphatic win, that'll serve their purpose wonderfully well.
Keep there, well ball.
I'm telling you, if Afghanistan A wins, it'll surely be Roshan's longest drive to goal. A never-ending one. 101 not out.
Come on. ठीक है शाबाश. नहीं चलो जल्दी आना शुभू.
Opportunity there. His eyes lit up, shortness of the length of the ball, tried to swivel away. Didn't get the meaty part of the bat. But a single nevertheless. Match number 5, Oman A. Very disappointing performance, falling for 126. That's been emphatic and clinical from Bangladesh. At the end of 13, it's 103 for no loss.
Team.
127 is the target. You can see at the bottom right of your screen. And out of which they've eliminated 103. Haven't lost a wicket. Just 13 overs.
Hey, well bowled, yaar. Like that, well bowled, yaar.
This last couple of overs must give it to the Oman team. They've managed to stem the flow of runs. And these are the little things. You say you're under duress. There's a pretty strong batters really going after you, and then you can just check the runs and make them work hard for the runs. And the two batters have really, in the last 2 or 3 overs, just nudged the balls around, milking the runs, happy to be going quietly towards that target. But at the same time, it'll give that sense of confidence in making it ever so slight, though it might be ever so slight, that comeback. At least make the batters work hard. There you see once again, with every dot ball or even a single run, it encourages the bowler.
Keep there, shabash. No.
He was doing better when the helmet was on. Suddenly, since he's removed that helmet, he's not connecting as we know him.
Little phases in play. See 3 or 4 dot balls, then suddenly says, I've got to go. Chooses the wrong ball to try and hit. Talking about taking it deep. You want to be undefeated as a partnership, as an opening partnership. Looks very good on the scorecard, the match in progress here. And 31 for 4.
We are walking across the road after this, for sure.
Looking good, yaar. Excellent, yaar. I like that, yaar.
You want to see people suffer in the com box, Sikandar. He shimmies down the wicket, gets a hold of it, and that's run away to the boundary to finish the over. 14 overs have been completed. Bangladesh A move on to 109 without loss. And it's also time for a drinks break.
we're back live. Bangladesh need another 18 runs to win. And this is how the Bangladeshi innings has gone so far. Well, Tommy. Well, it's been a fantastic start. Look at those shots. Just clearing. That was the shot of the day. Beautifully done. Any width on offer was taken away. Look at those drives. They were perishing the offside a lot. Anything short was punished. And there you go. This has been what's happened so far. Match 5. Oman just making 126, but they took 46 overs to do that. Bangladesh in reply in 14 overs is 109 for none. 18 away. Tanzim's made 68. Sheikh is 47. So take a look at that now. Sri Lanka has 2 points, but their net run rate is 0.9. That'll be a concern because they're in trouble at CCC. They lost 4 wickets, chasing 251 runs to win. Bangladesh's victory here, we got this group wide open. This is on Monday because we got a rest day tomorrow. It's Pakistan A versus UAE A. That's at the Pisara Oval. It is a day game, but the first day night of the tournament, that's Nepal taking on the Indian A team, starts at 2 p.m. at the R. Premadasa International Cricket Stadium. So this is what the scoreline looks like. Ilyas will come in to bowl. Tanzim's made 68. Sheikh's made 41. It's 109. 18 more to go, Andrew.
Very one-way traffic, sadly, for Oman today. Not a day they're going to look back on with any fond memories, and really back to the drawing board. And this group is in the process of being blown wide open today. The captain's going to have a trundle with his mixture of off breaks and leg breaks. He'll mainly bowl finger spin, the off spin to the 2 left-handers that are at the crease. And the reason it's being blown wide open, Sri Lanka are in all sorts across the road. 32 for 4 the last we saw. Afghanistan's much vaunted bowling stocks, they run deep.
That's a poor ball. Oh, he's going to be caught. He's hit it down the throat. They've lost their first wicket, that of Tanzim. He could have put that one away.
Well, the heat, it gets to you. It's 30 degrees, but there's a real feel of 38 when you take in the humidity. And even though it was dragged down a touch, it was a little bit quicker from Akib. Just went on with the arm. And the simplest of catches, Kalimullah takes down at long on. Finally some joy for Oman. It won't be a 10-wicket defeat, and Tanzim must be wishing that that drinks break never came. His flow got interrupted, and he's holed out. Very good innings, though. He was outstanding. He made 68 off just 49. Score 109 for 1.
So the captain makes his way out to the centre with 18 to get. Kalimullah holding on to that catch of the bowling of Ilyas. This is how it happened. It was short. I thought it hurried on to Tanzim a little bit more than he expected. Didn't get it on the middle of the bat. And, only succeeded in hitting down the throat of Kalimullah.
लेग स्पिन कर
Mohammad Saif, look at that, 3,800 runs, over 100 games, 800s, 25 half centuries, strike rate just above 75.
Doesn't look like the happiest captain right now either. I don't think he wants to be there. He wanted his 2 openers to get it done. 6 test match appearances and 2 T20s for the 24-year-old. Still early in his international career, despite those really impressive first-class numbers. Averaging over 40. And he wants to get it done in a hurry. Has to be careful though. Akib Ilyas, we've seen his wicket-taking ability. And he does turn his leg break a long way, so that slip fielder could be in play.
And this is up in the air. Is the fielder getting under that one? Oh. The captain departs. That is a very poor shot. He's trying to hit against the spin.
One captain dismisses another, and I think Saif Hassan has to have a long look at himself here. You're leading your country, maybe the A team. You've got to play more responsibly than that. Get your side over the line. That's not going to help his average in List A cricket. He's gone for a second ball. Duck just holds out. Akib Ilyas is a sharp turning leg spinner. We saw him pick up 2 wickets in the first game, and he's got 2 and an over. Smiles finally on the faces of the Omanis, and a pat in the back for the captain. He's dismissed his opposite number. It's 109 for 2.
Zakir is the new batter in. 109 for 2. Zakir Hassan, another experienced player with over 100 List A games. Strike rate better than his captain. 300s, 17 half centuries.
I suspect Zakir Hassan has also just been involved in a mad dash to find his inner thigh pad, his 2 gloves. I doubt he thought he was going to be out there at that drinks break, but it's funny, isn't it? Break in play, the shift in momentum, and oh dear, this is not a shot the skipper's going to want to see again.
Oh, that'll run away. That will run away for a boundary. Zakir is off the mark. 14 more needed. At the end of the 15th is 113 for 2.
वसीम अली अपना काम करेंगे वसीम अली पूरे जान से.
So Wasim is been brought into the attack, left arm spin.
अंदर आ जाओ सर्कल में. वसीम भाई उधर आपको मिलेंगे भाई, ठीक है इधर.
The 14 more needed. This is how the captain was dismissed. It was a very poor shot.
Yeah, some joy for Oman, and maybe that'll just give them something to take into their final game.
Oh. Oh. Should have gone for the catch.
Come on, come on.
That's a chance. For me, that is a chance.
Wasim Ali, well bowled, Wasim Ali.
It's the off spinner down at long on. He might have been dozing a touch. 38 degrees real feel out there, and the heat's got to him. There is no doubt he can get his hands underneath this.
Come on. Wasim Ali.
He's taken a step in and stopped. Get your hands underneath it. Find the third for Oman.
Oy, ye chata, well bowled. Good throw. Ye bhai, meri taraf aana.
That's Odedra, the off spinner. Down the track. He came in and then decided, no, I'm comfortable taking off the first bounce.
As a fellow spinner up here in the commentary box, I can't explain how livid I would have been if my man in the deep doesn't go for that. You also get your key fielders into those most high traffic, high volume positions. And bowling left arm orthodox to a left-hander, your long on and your mid-wicket are crucial. The mid-wicket in the circle saving the ones, get your best catcher in the deep at long on.
It's been a decent over. Just a matter of time, isn't it, that Bangladesh just overhaul these runs. Number 12.
And your best fielder at long on, he's got to go for that. He really does. Ayan Khan, he's an outstanding fielder. Maybe it should have been him down at long on.
Big swing, just a single again.
At least there's something from the three that have come in now. I thought there was a yard of pace to Mohammed Bilal. Certainly something to work with. I know his figures won't show that with 3 overs number 33, but there's at least something to work with. Also, with the left arm orthodox of Mohammed Wasim, obviously Zishan Maqsood is the one who performs this role for Oman, usually the national team captain. But a very nice action, repeatable, tall.
Oh.
There's a little shade of a player in his action as well. I think there's a similarity to Axar Patel here, just a touch in the follow-through in particular.
Maybe that last point of delivery. Yeah. Oh, he's missed that. And that will run away to the boundary. Oh, it's buys. And that's the over. It's 121 for 2.
चलो चलो आकिब भाई घूम रहा है बॉल घूम रहा है
1 shot away. Well, he goes inside out and gets a boundary. Andrew, you got it right, man. 17th over, you mentioned it. Definitely been done, unless there's a difference.
Suresh, I know you've only just met me, but you know I watch a lot of cricket. In fact, there's a ludicrous amount of cricket I watch. It's all I do. Even when I'm not commentating, watch every ball.
Oh, just one more.
I just had a sneaking suspicion the 17th over, that would be where it would get done. I said that over an hour ago now. But the final ball of the previous over, I'm really not too sure how it missed. I thought Oman had a third wicket to celebrate, and at least one of the 3 replacement players has shown something. Credit to Wasim Ali, thought he bowled a really good over there. Should have had a maiden wicket at this level. He's bowled with good flight. We use that Axar Patel comparison. How has this missed? Well, it was given as buys, that one, surprisingly.
And there you go. That's the winning runs for the Bangladeshi A team. And they do it in 16.3 overs. And Bangladesh win by 8 wickets. And they've done it very comfortably today. Yeah. Well, Bangladesh win by 8 wickets, 130 for 2. You can see the handshakes coming in. A very flamboyant opening partnership. This is the dugouts. The Bangladesh dugout. That's Dilip Mendes, the Oman coach. He'll be a disappointed man. So there you go. There you go. The players making their handshakes. And the two Bangladeshi batsmen very happily walking back.
Well, dominant. It's the only word for it. A very one-sided affair we have witnessed. And I think a day that for Oman, they just have to write off. They have to chalk it down to experience. But for Bangladesh, they have come soaring back in to this ACC Men's Emerging Teams Asia Cup in a big way. Outstanding batting from the two left-handed openers, Sheikh and Tanzid. And then a good little flourish from Zakir to get them over the line. Very little to cheer for Oman.
Well, this is the Oman bowling. Kalimullah was expensive. Bilal just had a very bad start to his career. Went for 33 from 3. 2 wickets for Ilyas. Let's see the highlight of the Oman bowling. Right. So this is how the Bangladeshi innings went about. They really started off well. They came with a mindset to really take on the Oman bowling and try to make it as soon as possible. Maybe try to get that in the 13th over to bring that net run rate up, because they know the adjoining ground is having a very interesting game.
Yeah, outstanding ball striking. That was the 50 moment for Tanzid. 11 fours and 2 sixes in his knock. And 7 for Mohammed Naeem. That was the first wicket, and that's the second. Maybe really the only thing that Saif Hassan would like to see again. A horror moment for a second ball duck, and then a nice little flourish from Zakir Hassan, who hit 2 boundaries to get Bangladesh A over the line. Handshakes all around, and huge disappointment for Oman, understandably so. Well under par. Do not judge them on their efforts today. A rare off day for them as they're beaten out of sight by 8 wickets. Brilliant bowling effort too in that first innings from Tanzim Hassan Saqib. 4 for 18 for the young, quick, 2 young fast bowlers to watch there, Ripon Mondal and Tanzim Hassan. Also the spinners were excellent, very economical, going in and around 3 and over. Rakibul Hassan, Mahdi Hassan, also Mahmudul Hassan Joy with 2 for 21. So all in all, a dream day for Bangladesh. We're going to be back with all of the thoughts of both of the captains and find out who the player of the match is in just a few moments.
Well, this is how match number 5 of day 3 of this ACC Men's Emerging Teams Asia Cup rolled out. Oman put into bat, made 126 in 46 overs, with Ayan making 26, Pal 25, and Shoaib making 23. Tanzim was the pick of the bowlers. He picked up 4 for 18. Joy had 2, and Rakibul also picked up 2 wickets. In reply, Bangladesh getting home in 16 overs, with Tanzim making 68 and Sheikh unbeaten on 47. Yeah, the points table. Now Bangladesh goes to the top with that run rate. Afghanistan-Sri Lanka game will decide who goes to the top of Group A, and Oman are yet to get off the mark on points. All right, with that, we're going down to Shamim Chowdhury with the presentation.
Very good afternoon and welcome to the post-match presentation of this match between Bangladesh A and Oman A, and welcome to the Men's ACC Men's Emerging Teams Asia Cup. And this has been a rather one-sided match, and Bangladesh restricting Oman A to 126 and eventually winning this one quite emphatically by 8 wickets. Congratulations to Bangladesh and commiserations to the Oman A team. I'd like to present you to our guest here today. He is, of course, Mr. Asanta Demal, the Executive Committee member of Sri Lanka Cricket. Thank you for being here with us. Straight away, I'd like to announce the name of the player of the match with a very, very impressive bowling performance of 4 for 18. It is Tanzim Hassan Shakib, who is the player of the match. Collects that, and Tanzim, if you'd like to come across and have a few words. Congratulations. The wicket seemed pretty batting friendly, but actually the way you went about it, it really gave a lot of trouble. You seem to find bowling quite simple over here.
Yeah, I just try to contain my line and length, and that works. And you know, in the first half there is something in the wickets, so I got the I get those benefits.
And the line and length you mentioned, very much. We're watching it, and the lines you maintain, and also mix of the lengths. You bowled some short pitch deliveries, which troubled the batters. So overall, and also the support you had, because you're hunting in pairs with your partner Ripon Mondol.
Yes, I try to mix up my length, because I don't want to bowl in one length, so I mix it up. Some ball in the good length, some in the bouncer, and bouncer it's really worked for me in this wicket. So thanks.
And so, just talking about the adjustment of the lengths, when you come down to bowl for the first time, you have a look at the wicket. I think that's when you make a sort of decision in your mind that this is what I need to do.
Yes, in this kind of wicket, if you maintain your line and length, bowling in the good areas, that can be good for your team. You can concede so less run, so it's very good for your team.
And also you appreciate the support that you have from your teammates taking catches.
Of course, I also, thanks to my bowling partner Ripon Mondol, he also bowled from the other hand dot ball, so it's create pressure, so it's easy to taking wicket from both hands.
Right, well done today. Keep up the good work. Best of luck for the future.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Of course, Tanzim Hassan Shakib, 4 for 18. Very, very impressive bowling performance. Right, it's time for Akib Ilyas, the Oman A captain. Disappointing day. Oman A recently coming back from Zimbabwe. We played good cricket there, but today it was rather sad.
Yeah, it happens, you know, some games happen the way it should not happen. But, you know, we didn't play quality cricket, especially in the batting. We didn't do well. It was a flat track to bat on. Nothing much was happening in the bowling, to be honest. The bowlers were on the target. Credit goes to them for bowling on target. But as a batting side, we didn't do well. We made the wrong decisions at the right time.
Yeah, well, that was very noticeable. A lot of your players, Kashyap, Ayan, Shubho, they all got into the 20s, but just could not convert. It seemed they had done the hard work, and then suddenly threw away the wicket with indiscreet shots.
Yeah, actually on such level you can't afford this because these are the matches where you have to showcase your talent, and when you are fighting hard for so long, you are in the wicket, then you get on the wickets and you lose it on a loose shot, so it is not tolerable. But yeah, hopefully with the matches, with the number of matches you play, you learn these mistakes and you do well.
Absolutely, it's a learning curve. You play with the big boys, you garner, gather experience, and you hope that you'll be given opportunities like this to play with the bigger teams on a regular basis.
Yeah, actually the thing is, in cricket when you step on the field, there is no one as big and there is no one as small. You fight and you come here and you are here to compete. So we can win with many of the teams, but we have to make the right decisions to win. And yeah, we need lots of matches, to expose our talent and to take them, to get into the confidence that yeah, we can do this at this level. We deserve to be here. So yeah, lots of matches may help us out with this thing.
Well, I'm sure you'll get more opportunities to showcase your talents in the future. Bad luck today, but best of luck for the future.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is Akib Bilaz, the captain of Oman. Right, the winning captain, Saif Hassan, is alongside me. Congratulations, Saif. Very emphatic win, understandably. First, let's talk about any negative that you might have noticed, despite this very, very convincing win.
I think it was a clinical performance from our boys. I think from the bowling perspective, everyone did well, and our fielders also did good job. And we saw our batting also was good. Tamim had a great show, and also Naim also was batting well.
Yes, indeed. And when you do well with your bowlers initially, really not giving the opposition much of a chance, and the bowlers the batters come in with a sense of purpose. There's a question always about the net run rate, and that is what you must have been thinking about when you came into play today.
Yeah, obviously, we got to know the score of Sri Lanka and Afghanistan match. So from that time, we were thinking that we should get our run rate high as much as we can. So that was in our mind.
And in addition to Tanzim's performance, the batters started off so very well, Naim Sheikh and Tanzim. Really impressive today.
Yeah, they're in very good touch. They had a very good preparation. Hopefully they will continue in this tournament.
Well, you've got the points on the board now. You want to come back and win your third one. Make sure you find a place in the semis.
Obviously, last match will be do or die match for us, and we'll try to give our best shot.
Well, you've done very well today. Congrats for that, and best of luck for the next game.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Saif Hassan, the captain of Bangladesh there. And ladies and gentlemen, that is all from down here. Back to you guys upstairs.
Thank you, Shamin. And we got a double header. That's on the 17th. Pakistan A versus UAE A. That's a day game at the Pisara Oval because the action shifts to two new venues. And match 8 is India A taking on Nepal. That is a day-night game at the R. Premadasa International Cricket Stadium. So we'll be back with you live on the 17th after the break tomorrow in two new venues. That's at the Pisara Oval and the R. Premadasa. So till then, enjoy the weekend. And from here, it's a goodbye.
चलो चलो मिलेगा मिलेगा क्या जी? चलो, 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 Yeah, come on, yeah. Oh. चलो चलो मिलेगा मिलेगा क्या जी? चलो